Chapter 401. Uncle Lin is a famous veterinarian here. I heard that he's been a veterinarian for generations. He's just not that famous outside, but his skills are still very good. He often comes over to give Big Mountain massages and acupuncture. If Big Mountain is sick and needs to take medicine, he'll specially prescribe medicine for Big Mountain. After all, Big Mountain is different from the ordinary cats here. Also, Uncle Lin often comes over to accompany Master, play chess, and chat with him, Mao said. Gong Qin was very interested in veterinarians. However, she had been exposed to Western medicine in the past. She had never thought that acupuncture could be used on animals. When is Uncle Lin going to give Big Mountain acupuncture? Can I watch from the side? Gong Qin asked. Sure, that's not a problem. We used to watch him give Big Mountain acupuncture. Other than Master, Uncle Lin is the second person who can make Big Mountain behave. However, Uncle Lin usually comes over in the morning. He's probably here to chat with Master and give Big Mountain a massage. Massage? Gong Qin threw the things in her hands aside and went to learn. Mao tidied up the rest of the things and complained to Yuan, whenever your mother hears about this, she'll be in a daze. Look at her now, she's so energetic. As he spoke, Mao's gaze fell on Jingtan, who was squatting at the side with his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. He said, Black Coal, let Uncle Lin bandage you too. It's all thanks to Uncle Lin that Dashin was able to stay healthy until now. You're getting old. You were hospitalized at the end of last year and scared your cat parents. Let Uncle Lin take a look at you. If there's any illness, it'll be treated as soon as possible. We can all guarantee Uncle Lin's skills. I've seen a family's cat go into shock before. Other methods were useless. It was Uncle Lin who went over to give him a massage. Zheng Tan didn't doubt Mao's words. Although Mao was sometimes unreliable, it wouldn't make up stories like this. Moreover, Big Mountain's condition was probably due to Uncle Lin's help. Should he ask Uncle Lin to give him a massage? Even though she was just a cat, Zheng Tan still cherished her cat life. After the room was tidied up, Mao brought Yuan out. Zheng Tan followed. Mao and Wei Ling's rooms were all on the second floor. There were quite a few rooms here. Mao was currently staying in the room that he had stayed in before. When they entered, Zheng Tan even noticed that there was a small bed that had just been made. It was even padded with a thick layer of cotton so that it wouldn't bump into anything. Therefore, although the old man looked indifferent on the surface, he had already prepared a lot of things and was very meticulous. When Zheng Tan followed Mao downstairs, Uncle Lin was massaging Dashin in the hall on the first floor. As he massaged, he explained some massage techniques and acupuncture to Gong Qin. Gong Qin listened attentively. Our country's animal acupuncture originated in the primitive society and developed in the slave society. It formed a unique academic system in the feudal society. Starting from the northern and southern dynasties, it spread across the country. As for the acupuncture prescription you mentioned just now, the acupuncture points are usually made up of the Jun, Chen, Zhua, and Shi. Suan, Jinjin Deluan, says, the main point of the disease is the Jun, Zhua is the Chen, and Shen is the Shi. The Jun point is the main point in the prescription. It is mainly used to treat the main symptoms of the disease. The Chen point is used to strengthen the Jun point. The Zhua point is used to assist the main point in treating some secondary symptoms. The Shi point is used to coordinate the effects of the other points. Let me give you an example. The prescription for treating the symptoms of spleen deficiency and diarrhea you mentioned just now is made up of the spleen Shu, Jiaoqiao, Zhigan, and Ho Sanli. These 4 points are the Jun, Chen, Zhua, and Shi points. Uncle Lin pointed at the 4 acupoints on Dashin's body and explained to Gong Qin why he chose those 4 acupoints. The Jun point, spleen Shu, is the back Shu point of the spleen. It is the point where the spleen is infused into the back of the spleen. It is the main point for strengthening the spleen and stomach and regulating qi to stop diarrhea. One of them was talking excitedly while the other was listening attentively. They completely forgot about the old man sitting in the main seat. However, the old man was sitting next to them and drinking tea. He didn't care at all and seemed to be in a good mood. Big Mountain, on the other hand, was squinting his eyes and lying there with a satisfied look on his face. He was enjoying himself very much. After hearing Air Mao and the others coming in, Big Mountain only moved his ears but didn't open his eyes. Every time Jing Tan saw the two tufts of hair on the tip of Big Mountain's ears, he wanted to pull them. Of course, it was just a thought. He wouldn't really pull them. Otherwise, they would definitely fight. Seeing Jing Tan following Air Mao into the hall, Uncle Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't pay much attention to Jing Tan when he came in. Now that he took a closer look, he found that something was wrong. "This cat is a little special," Uncle Lin said. "What special? Tell me." Air Mao held Air Mao's hand and found a chair to sit down. At this time, Celestine's family had also packed up and came downstairs. When they heard Uncle Lin's words, they also wanted to know what Uncle Lin meant. "This cat is a little old, right?" Uncle Lin said. Although it was a question, his words were full of certainty. Air Mao nodded. "Yes, at least 7 or 8 years old." Uncle Lin nodded. "Among cats, it is indeed entering old age. But, from what I see, this cat is very healthy." Uncle Lin used the word healthy and not just healthy. Air Mao gave Uncle Lin a thumbs up. "Your eyes are really sharp. You didn't even touch its bones and you can tell the truth. It's not that I want to say this, but Black Coal is the only cat I've ever seen that eats human food, drinks spicy food, and wanders around causing trouble all day long. It's still healthy until now, but it suddenly fell ill at the end of last year and was in a coma for a week. But that was the only time. After it recovered, it returned to its original state. It didn't look weak at all. The people at the pet center also said that they couldn't find any abnormalities." "Uncle Lin, why don't you take a look?" Air Mao said so much to let Uncle Lin take a look at Jing Tan. If it didn't say it in detail, Uncle Lin might not spend too much effort on Jing Tan. Now that it piqued Uncle Lin's interest, it could make Uncle Lin spend more effort. Even if he couldn't find any problems now, Uncle Lin would study it carefully afterward. When Air Mao said, "causing trouble," Jing Tan's beard trembled. But, thinking that Air Mao was doing it for his own good, Jing Tan didn't protest. Sure enough, Uncle Lin was very curious after hearing Air Mao's words. He stopped massaging and patted Big Mountain gently. "Big Mountain, sit over there first. I'll take a look at this little black cat." After Big Mountain got up, he didn't jump directly to the ground. Instead, he jumped onto a chair next to him and looked at Jing Tan like everyone else. Under the gaze of so many people and cats, Jing Tan came to the oval shelf where Big Mountain had just laid down. He was a little unused to it, but for his own little life, he had to endure it. Uncle Lin had interacted with countless cats and dogs. When he saw Jing Tan, he knew that this cat would be obedient. He put out his hand and pressed Jing Tan's body with ease. Jing Tan cooperated with Uncle Lin's inspection. Soon, Uncle Lin thought for a moment and said, "This cat hasn't been sleeping very well recently." This was the truth. Jing Tan had recently started to dream again. In addition, because of the long-distance travel, he was not used to being in the car for a long time, so his sleep was not as good as when he was at home. If Uncle Lin could see this, Jing Tan now further believed in this man's ability. "It's just that." Uncle Lin paused and continued, "Except for the lack of sleep and some other small problems, this cat's physical fitness is not at all like what you said about a cat that always eats human food, drinks spicy food, and jumps outside all day long. Human food was heavier in salt, let alone a cat that ate spicy food. Hey, Uncle Lin, I'm not lying to you. Things like onions, garlic, chocolate, and many other things that even cats don't eat, but this cat eats them freely." Air Mao said. Jing Tan and Uncle Lin were speechless. This sounded very awkward. What did it mean that even cats don't eat? Wasn't this cat a cat? Uncle Lin glared at Air Mao. "Don't look at me like that. I haven't finished yet. This cat not only eats these things, it also drinks coffee and drinks cream. My black rice doesn't even touch these things. Mao pointed at Uncle Lin with his chin, meaning, look, it's so weird. With suspicion, Uncle Lin checked Jing Tan again, and the results were the same as before. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. There will always be a few exceptions. Uncle Lin said, how about this, I'll give it a few acupuncture needles to relieve its insomnia. I'll also check if there are any other problems that haven't been detected yet. Okay, I'll have to trouble you. Black coal, bear with it. For the sake of your little life, a few acupuncture needles is no problem. Mao said. Uncle Lin opened the medicine box that he always carried with him and began to prepare the tools. Mao and Celestine helped move the things, so the acupuncture needles definitely wouldn't be in the hall. Yuan and Fatty Wei had been warned by their father not to make any noise. Since they wanted to watch from the side, they couldn't cause any trouble. Thus, the two children quietly sat on the chairs. When they saw the needles in Uncle Lin's hands, they looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Uncle Lin, isn't there a particular reason for the needles? Gong Qin said after seeing the needles that Uncle Lin took out. That's for sure. Giving acupuncture needles to animals is different from giving acupuncture needles to humans. The size of the acupuncture point is related to the cross-sectional area of the needle used. If the needle is too thick, it will definitely cause harm. For example, most clinical people use 28 to 30 size needles, 0, 32, 0, 38 mm, but if you use a 28 to 30 size needle, 0, 38 mm, on a mouse, the stimulation will be too strong. It's the same as using such a thick needle to prick a human. Uncle Lin used his hand to indicate the width of the needle, which made everyone present tremble. On the other hand, the skin of animals is thicker than that of humans. If the needle is too thin, it will be very difficult to insert the needle. Thus, after considering a few factors, I usually use a 36 size needle, 0, 2 mm, for mice, but a 28 size needle is also fine for cats. While speaking, Uncle Lin had already finished the preparation work. Jing Tan was still nervous about being injected with needles. He didn't like being injected with needles in the first place, but now, just like what Mao said, if it was for his life, what harm would it do? At first, he was nervous, but when the needles were really injected, Jing Tan didn't feel anything special, so he gradually relaxed. While Uncle Lin was injecting Jing Tan with needles, Mao had already taken out his phone to take a picture. After taking the picture, he sent it to the Jiao family and his wife. He definitely had to tell them that he was giving acupuncture to a cat. At the same time, in a laboratory of the Institute of Biological Sciences of Tsinghua University, Jiao Pa had a postgraduate student who needed to take samples today. The workload was heavy, and there weren't enough people to help. He happened to have time, so he wore a lab coat and went to help. When Mao sent the picture, Jiao Pa's phone vibrated. At this time, Jiao Pa happened to be almost done with his work. He took off one of his gloves and reached into his pocket to take out his phone. In his other hand, he was holding a gun, a kind of micropipette device commonly used in laboratories, commonly known as a gun. When he saw the picture of the cat with many small needles in its body, Jiao Pa directly threw the gun in his hand with a click. The few students of Jiao Pa next to him glanced at each other. Their boss usually paid attention to the regulations of the laboratory. The used gun head would be directly thrown into the box that was specially used to store the discarded gun heads. But now, Professor Jiao actually threw the gun head out. What on earth did Professor Jiao see that made him so excited? On the other hand, Jiao Ma, who was in the corridor being dragged by a few students to practice their oral English, also received the picture. Therefore, the few students heard their usually gentle English teacher suddenly exclaim in shock, "Oh! My cat!" Chapter 402. As Mao had expected, as soon as the photos were sent, a call came in. Father Jiao and Mother Jiao took turns. Mao explained for a long time and took several photos to send. Only then did the other side feel a little relieved. Mao could understand. No one would be able to calm down when their precious cat was pricked with needles all over its body. Also, when Mao took the photos, he adjusted the lighting so that the needles on Jingtan's body would be more obvious. That way, the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma would be more shocked. No wonder the two of them had such a big reaction. Mao called the Jiao family and explained that Jingtan, who was pricked with needles, was actually fine. There wasn't much pain, and it wasn't as comfortable as Mao had expected. Mao wasn't sick, so needles shouldn't cause too much of a reaction. What did Uncle Lin say before he pricked Zhang Zian? First, he said he would relieve Jingtan's sleeping condition, then use acupuncture to check if there were any hidden diseases. Now, it seemed that his judgment was the same as before. He's not sick? Celestine asked. Now that the needles had been pricked, Uncle Lin should be able to tell if there were any problems. Uncle Lin shook his head in silence. After a while, he said, looking at his body, I really can't believe that this is a cat that is about to be classified as old. He's unbelievably strong. He's really not sick. He was really sick at the time. He slept for a week. The veterinarians at the pet center couldn't do anything about it. Mao had already finished the phone call. He had also told the Jiao family about Uncle Lin's diagnosis, but after hanging up, he still asked his question. Uncle Lin continued to shake his head. Only Zhang Tan knew that this probably had something to do with his biggest secret. It was just like how no normal cat had the strength of an adult. Also, Zhang Tan could feel his own body. Except for sleep problems and dreams, he didn't feel any other health problems. Mao exaggerated a little when he commented on Zhang Tan, but most of what he said was correct. Zhang Tan could eat, drink, run, and jump. It had been 7 years, but he still felt the same as when he had just turned into a cat. The so-called old could only be compared to a cat's age. Other than that, it couldn't be explained. After putting away the needles, Uncle Lin said, I'll do some research when I get back. Mao, how long will you stay here? 1 or 2 weeks, said Okay, I'll use this time to think about it. Although Uncle Lin had always been confident in himself, he was really confused this time. He had treated all kinds of animals for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He originally thought that this black cat's condition would be similar to Dashan's, but he didn't expect, after Zhang Tan finished the treatment, the master asked Uncle Lin to play chess with him. He also asked about Dashan's condition. As for the food preparation, the master didn't usually have to worry about it. There were professional staff in charge of it. But today, Mao and Celestine were here, so the food preparation was done by their wives. Seeing that Zhang Tan really ate the same food as a human, the old lady and Uncle Lin were convinced. They had even specially prepared a plate of scrambled eggs with onions and 2 relatively spicy dishes to go with wine. These were things that Big Mountain would never touch, but Zhang Tan still ate them all. Moreover, nothing happened to him after eating them. At that time, Uncle Lin didn't care about the unfinished wine in his glass. He put down the glass and took Zhang Tan for examination. The conclusion was still the same as before, which made Uncle Lin, who had been in contact with veterinarians since childhood, amazed. Several men at the table were also talking. When Zhang Tan heard them mention Dashan, he realized why they didn't usually talk about Dashan outside. One was because of some of their experiences in the past, and they didn't want to recall the embarrassing past caused by Dashan. The other reason was that Dashan's species was more special in China. After all, it was not abroad, and they couldn't openly raise it as a pet. It was enough to keep it as a secret. It was also a kind of protection for Dashan. Therefore, they only occasionally mentioned the master's cat outside, but they rarely talked about what kind of cat Dashan was. Originally, they thought that the master would scold them. Unexpectedly, the master was quite considerate and didn't scold them in front of the women and children. After the meal, Uncle Lin took his leave. The old man chatted with Mao and the others about the current state of the 3 of them, how their families were doing, whether there were any troubles, how their children were, and other topics. After that, the old man also talked about Dashan. The master picked up this unique cat in the mountains, which was a little far from here, and named it Dashan. Generally speaking, creatures like caracals shouldn't exist in the local area. However, he heard that there were people who illegally brought in wild animals, so it should be those people who brought it in. When Dashan was young, the master only thought that it was a slightly special cat. He had never seen a caracal before, so he didn't think much of it. Later, he heard from some people that it was a caracal. It was just that there were no caracals in the area, and after it was brought in, it became the only one in the area. Over the years, the master didn't think about finding a partner for Dashan, but every time this guy spent some time with him, he would kick away the partner that he went through a lot of trouble to get. Even though Dashan had a bad temper, was always causing trouble, and did things that were not always satisfactory, the master always kept Dashan by his side. After a long time, it became a habit, and the master treated Dashan as a friend in his old age. Dashan also got along well with his master. He didn't like to be carried by others, especially children, but that was others, not the master. Old people were special. Uncle Lin was one of them. After getting older, Dashan doesn't like to cause trouble as much as before, the master said. Celestine curled his lips. Not causing trouble? Who was the one who took off his son's pants? It could only be said that Dashan didn't cause trouble as much as before. He was old and didn't have the energy to cause trouble for others. He wanted to, but he didn't have the strength. As for Dashan, he didn't really dislike Mao and the others. He usually paid attention to hiding outside. Dashan wasn't a pure family pet. He was in a semi-wild state and kept many wild habits. Yesterday, because he wanted to welcome Mao and the others, he squatted at a conspicuous stone block by the roadside. Otherwise, passers-by wouldn't have noticed him so easily. According to Mao and the others, Dashan used to often welcome them there. This seemed to have become a habit. From these words and Dashan's behavior, this cat was still very humane. On the first night here, Zheng Tan slept in a foldable tent. This was a small tent that would be propped up after it was opened. This was a gift from Xiaogua, but Zheng Tan didn't use it much at home. This time, he brought it out. Some soft cushions prepared by Jiao Ma were placed in the tent as a mattress. Zheng Tan slept in it at night. The foldable tent was placed on a small square table close to Yuan's small bed. Maybe it was the acupuncture treatment during the day, or maybe it was the relaxation after the long journey, but Zheng Tan slept very well that night and didn't feel uncomfortable in an unfamiliar environment. Early the next morning, the ear-piercing sound of something being scratched on a hard board rang out. It gave people goosebumps just by listening to it. Moreover, it was quite rhythmic, as if someone was shouting slogans, 1, 2, 1, 2. Zheng Tan's hearing was good. This sound made Zheng Tan unable to sleep anymore. After being awakened by the sound, Zheng Tan came out of the small tent. Mao had already sat up, his hand on his forehead. He looked at Gong Qin, who was still a little confused, and Yuan, who was sleeping on the small bed, and said, I almost forgot. Dashan's alarm clock rings on time every day. Zheng Tan climbed out of the window, jumped onto the railing on the second floor, and looked down. In the yard, Dashan was scratching a hard board. The sound was made by it. At this moment, Dashan's two front paws were rhythmically scratching the board that was leaning against the wall. Looking at the board, there were already countless scratches. It was conceivable that this situation didn't just happen today. Just like Mao said, this was a Dashan's alarm clock. In an open space outside the yard, the old man was practicing boxing. The speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't Tai Chi either. It might be a set of fitness boxing that the old man practiced himself. After the three families on the second floor woke up, Mao and his two brothers went to practice boxing with the old man. They had learned this set of fitness boxing a long time ago. It was just that they didn't practice it much after leaving this place, but they were still familiar with it. On the other side, a master and 3 disciples were practicing boxing. On the other side, the 2 mothers took out their cameras to take pictures. Mao, Fatty Wei, and Pei Jia were all curious. Pei Jia had seen it before, so he went over to practice. The other 2 just thought it was fun and went over to join in the fun. What was more interesting was that after waking up the 3 families, Dashan also came over to the old man's side. While the others were practicing boxing, Dashan was rolling. The rhythm of his rolling was quite similar to the rhythm of these people's boxing. Even the movement of his arms and legs could sometimes match that of Mao and the others. Dashan's rolling style was not uncommon. Even the place where Dashan was rolling should be the place where Dashan usually stayed. There were no traces of grass there. Compared to the ground in other places, the surface had been rubbed off a lot, and the color was obviously different. Cats seemed to be unable to get rid of their carefree appearance. Even when they were sharpening their claws, they sometimes looked absent-minded. Uncle Lin said that other than the treatment and maintenance he gave Dashan, the reason why Dashan could live for so long and be so healthy might be related to his own personality. In other words, it might be related to some of the feline's habits. It was always difficult to determine who was better in a battle between cats and dogs, but in a battle of life expectancy, cats were better. This might be related to their hidden unruliness, which was more leisurely compared to dogs, and their way of coping with domestic life. Take domestic cats as an example. Although most cats died of old age in their teens, there were many cats in their 20s and 30s. It was said that there were experts who estimated that their theoretical value could reach up to 40 years old. With Dashan here, even if Mao and the others weren't here, this yard wouldn't feel lethargic, Gong Qin said. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the air was slightly cold. An old man and an old cat. One was practicing boxing, and the other was rolling. Chapter 403. Zheng Tan realized that there was something wrong with the big cat for the past 2 days. Or perhaps, it had always been like this? In short, other than the first day, Zheng Tan felt that the big cat had been looking at him strangely for the next few days. Every time Zheng Tan turned around to look at it, the big cat didn't choose to look away. It just looked at him and wasn't afraid of looking at him face to face. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Although Mao and the others thought that Big Mountain was just curious about Zheng Tan, who was a half of the same species as him, Zheng Tan didn't think so. Maybe the cats here weren't as bold as Zheng Tan. Uncle Lin said that in this area, Big Mountain was the overlord. The surrounding cats and dogs, regardless of whether they were domesticated or wild, wouldn't come face to face with Big Mountain. Some would run away as soon as they saw Big Mountain. Only Zheng Tan wasn't afraid of Big Mountain and didn't care. To put it bluntly, it was as if he didn't care about Big Mountain at all. It wasn't that Zheng Tan didn't care about Big Mountain. It was just that he was more inclined towards the perspective of a human. To a special cat, other than the initial novelty, there was nothing else. Mao and the others, as well as the old master, definitely hoped that Zheng Tan and Big Mountain could get along well. From Zheng Tan's point of view, both of them were males. It was already a good thing that they didn't bare their claws and fight for territory. Why ask for more? Could it be that he really wanted cats to be united like children and help each other equally? But, Zheng Tan looked diagonally ahead. The big cat was lying on a chair and looking in Zheng Tan's direction. It still had that look that made Zheng Tan feel that it was scheming something. Zheng Tan had been waiting for this guy to make a move. If it was like what Zheng Tan thought, and Big Mountain did have a purpose, he should have some corresponding actions. Cats were always very patient in order to achieve their goals. For 4 consecutive days, Big Mountain maintained his previous attitude and stared at Zheng Tan, but didn't do anything else. Turning his head back, Zheng Tan continued to stare at Yuan Air and Fatty Wei, who were drawing beside the short table, but he was already pondering. Judging from Big Mountain's expression, he should be taking action soon. Sure enough, half an hour later, Big Mountain jumped down from the wooden chair and walked to Zheng Tan's side. Just like Zheng Tan, he squatted down and watched Yuan and Fatty Wei draw. Fatty Wei Xiao Tian immediately stood up when he saw Mountain approaching. He pulled up his pants and took a few steps back, looking at Mountain with vigilance. Yuan Air looked at Big Mountain and then at little Fatty Wei. He didn't move, but he didn't draw either. Zheng Tan glanced sideways at Big Mountain. Big Mountain did not seem to mind that he was guarded against by the 2 children. He looked at the paper on the short table and was not interested. Then, he looked at Zheng Tan and raised his paw to attack Zheng Tan. Slapping was a very sissy action for a human, but for a cat, it was as normal as licking its paw. You can't expect a cat to attack with a fist, right? Moreover, there were many different ways to slap a cat. How to slap, whether to retract or release the paw, how many paws to release, from which angle to slap, etc. These were all different depending on the situation. Just like now, Big Mountain didn't have any hostility towards Xingtan. He only gave Xingtan a slap as a joke or as a test. When he slapped, he retracted his paw and didn't use much strength. Because Big Mountain didn't have any ill intentions, Xingtan didn't dodge. After taking a hit on the head, Xingtan didn't immediately retaliate. Instead, he looked at Big Mountain and carefully observed this big cat that Mao and Celestine thought was extremely smart and strange. It really seemed like he was just testing him. Xingtan took a hit from Big Mountain and didn't immediately retaliate. However, Yuan and Fatty Wei were still young. One was almost 3 years old, while the other was 3.5 years old. They didn't have enough ability to distinguish. When they saw Big Mountain slap Xingtan, they thought that Xingtan was being bullied. Wei Xiaopeng remembered that his father had told him that if Dashan and Xingtan were to fight, he should inform his father. Thus, Wei Xiaopeng pulled up his pants and ran out of the courtyard, shouting as he ran, "Daddy, Daddy! Uncle Sean and Brother He are fighting." Yuan, who was sitting in the same place, took a drawing pen and hit Big Mountain after seeing Xingtan take a hit. To Yuan, Brother He was naturally closer to him than Uncle Sean. Since Brother He was being bullied, it was naturally Uncle Shan's fault, so he had to protect him even more. His posture wasn't bad, but it was a pity that Yuan's arms were short, so he didn't use much strength when hitting Big Mountain. Xingtan was immediately moved. Yuan was such a good child. After Big Mountain took a hit from Yuan, the 2 tufts of hair on his ears trembled. He looked at Yuan, then raised a paw and placed it on the sketchbook on the table, pushing it to the side. The sketchbook was flipped to the ground. This time, Xingtan slapped Big Mountain. Yuan helped him vent his anger, so he definitely had to help Yuan return the favor. He didn't use much strength and didn't open his paw. The strength of the slap was about the same as when Big Mountain swung at him. Yuan was pouting because her sketchbook was flipped, but when she saw Xingtan help her slap Big Mountain, she immediately stopped pouting. Outside the courtyard, the people who were startled by Fatty Wei's words had also rushed over. Seeing the situation in the courtyard, Mao and Celestine immediately relaxed. It seemed like there wasn't much of a fight, so it should be Fatty Wei's misunderstanding. Yuan had already picked up the sketchbook. Seeing Mao come over, he ran over to complain. "Father, Uncle Sean is bad." After listening to Yuan explain the situation, although Yuan's ability to express himself was limited, they could still roughly guess what had happened. "Yuan, be good. Your Uncle Sean and Brother Black were just playing around," Mao explained. "Really?" Yuan was curious. "Of course it's true. You see, Uncle Sean and Brother Black aren't angry, right? This is how cats express their friendliness." Mao said. "Xingtan. Friendly my ass." In the afternoon, the 3 children were brought into the house to sleep. Mao and the others strolled around, revisiting old places to search for memories of the past. They also went to visit a few families that they hadn't visited yesterday. These were the people they had met when they lived here. When they heard that Mao and Celestine had returned, many of them brought food and drinks over. Mao and the others naturally had to express their feelings. Expressing their relationship was mutual, and it wasn't something that could be maintained by just one party. Moreover, the old man still had to live here for a long time. Maintaining his relationship with the others was also a help to the old man. Although the other villagers might not be able to help the old man much, they could at least take care of him, so that he wouldn't be too lonely. In the yard, Xingtan lay on a chair in the shade and slept. Compared to the inside of the house, he preferred the outdoor environment that was closer to nature. It was probably because he had the body of a cat, so he had some of the habits of a cat. A cat would spend most of its time sleeping every day. Of course, this kind of sleep wasn't the kind that would cause death. Most of the time, it would just lie there quietly with its eyes closed, as if it didn't want to communicate with the outside world and didn't want to be disturbed. However, its ears were perked up, and it was always paying attention to the movements around it. His ears twitched, and Jingtan opened his eyes to look. What was near him was still Big Mountain. Usually, at this time, Big Mountain would hide in a leafy tree around the yard to sleep. It was hard to find him if one wasn't careful. Otherwise, Jingtan wouldn't be resting in the yard. Now, the big cat that was supposed to be on the tree outside the yard was in front of Jingtan. This time, Big Mountain didn't move his paws. After looking at Jingtan, he walked towards the door of the yard. After taking 2 steps, he looked back at Jingtan and called out softly. Was he asking him to follow him? Jingtan was puzzled. Curious about Big Mountain's purpose, Jingtan had nothing to do now. After stretching, he jumped off the chair. Seeing that Jingtan was following him, Big Mountain continued to walk out. Jingtan followed Big Mountain out of the yard and walked further and further away. Looking back at the yard that was almost out of sight, Jingtan paused and looked towards Big Mountain. Big Mountain noticed that Jingtan wasn't following him, so he stopped and waited. He seemed to be unhappy with Jingtan's sudden stop. What was this guy trying to do? Jingtan thought. After hesitating for a while, Jingtan continued to follow. Mao could find Jingtan's location based on the cat tag. Even if Jingtan was left behind by Big Mountain and got lost in the wild, there was no need to worry. Jingtan, on the other hand, wanted to explore further, so she continued to follow Dashin. Big Mountain led Jingtan away from the familiar hill that wasn't too high. They left the village and entered the wild forest. There were no roads here. In the beginning, there were traces of human activity, but as they went further, there were fewer traces of human activity. Instead, there were traces of small animals. Jingtan followed Big Mountain and looked around vigilantly. Big Mountain was very experienced in surviving in the wild. His steps seemed light, but he was always paying attention to his surroundings. Jingtan learned a lot, but he didn't do much. He just followed, unlike Big Mountain who would occasionally play with rabbits and dig out bird nests. Looking at Big Mountain, Jingtan understood why so many ecologists and ornithologists didn't like cats. In some places where cats didn't exist, one more cat would be a big threat, not to mention a slightly bigger one. As natural hunters, cats wouldn't stop exercising just because they weren't hungry. After eating and drinking, they would play with their prey. They wouldn't care about the ecosystem, the food chain, or the invasion of species. They would act according to their own temperament. Big Mountain ate a small bird that Jingtan couldn't name. He played with it and dropped 2 eggs. When it was about time, he caught a rabbit on his way back. Big Mountain's experience in surviving in the wild and his understanding of this area allowed him to always find prey and kill it easily. Jingtan followed Big Mountain and walked around outside and back again. He started to think. Jingtan didn't know much about Big Mountain's behavior when he went out. He only knew that Big Mountain would go out into the wild once or twice a week. The old man didn't mean to keep Big Mountain at home, and Big Mountain could always come back on time. The old man was used to it and wasn't worried anymore. This big cat was very smart. He had been with the old man for 20 years, and the old man had taught Big Mountain like a child for 20 years. He would always learn something. Compared to other cats, Big Mountain was smarter. This had been proven by Mao and the others. Jingtan also felt it. And because of this, Jingtan was curious about what Big Mountain wanted to do. Jingtan felt that this afternoon's trip was also a test by Big Mountain. He didn't think that Big Mountain was simply taking him for a walk in the wild. Chapter 404. When Jingtan followed Big Mountain into the distance, Mao's phone began to beep. Because of the special device on Jingtan's cat tag, as long as Jingtan was a certain distance away, Mao's phone would sound the alarm. Therefore, Mao knew that Jingtan was going out, but Master Deshawn said that it would be fine with Big Mountain around, so Mao did not move. Mao and Celestine were only relieved when Big Mountain and Jingtan returned in the afternoon. Others did not know, but they knew very well that this black cat was not a well-behaved cat. It was very capable of causing trouble. Moreover, they had promised the Jiao family that they would not be able to explain themselves if anything happened. Therefore, after Zheng Tan returned to the yard, he listened to Mao's opinion for about 20 minutes. Big Mountain only went out once or twice a week. Even if he went out twice, it was rarely 2 days in a row. Therefore, even Master Deshan did not expect that Big Mountain would bring Zheng Tan out again the next day. This time, compared to the previous day, it was much further, and they left in the morning. Zheng Tan followed behind Big Mountain. With yesterday's experience, Zheng Tan was a little more used to it now. Today's route was mostly the same as yesterday's, except that Big Mountain chose to take a more difficult route for humans in the latter part of the journey. Whether it was a narrow and steep mountain path or a dense forest that was difficult for humans to walk through, it was not too difficult for a cat. What Zheng Tan needed to do was to be vigilant of the possible dangers that might exist around it. Zheng Tan would not put all his hopes on Big Mountain. Even though Big Mountain was an experienced wild predator, he might not be able to detect all the potential threats around him. Therefore, Zheng Tan still had to be vigilant of his surroundings. Zheng Tan had once followed the Jiao family to the wild for an internship. When he found the red mouse, Zheng Tan had survived in the wild for a period of time. After a few years, he felt as if his nerves were stretched taut again. This was the life of the wild. There was no mercy, only survival. The slightest negligence could lead to fatal consequences. Zheng Tan's nerves were tense as he followed Dashan. He knew that there was danger here, but he wanted to know what Dashan's motive was. Without knowing, Zheng Tan felt that something was hanging in his heart. Although it was already late October, if they were in Chuhua City, there would definitely be obvious signs of autumn. The temperature would drop, and there would be fewer mosquitoes in the wild. However, it was not the case here. The winter temperature here was higher than in the central region. Unless it was on some high mountains, it was hard to see a snowflake in the entire winter. Perhaps it was because of the temperature, but when Zheng Tan walked in the forest, he could hear the sounds of many mosquitoes. Sometimes, those mosquitoes would sway in front of him, making him want to immediately slap them to death, but Zheng Tan endured it. If the action of swatting a mosquito was too big, it could easily alarm some dangerous species. It was already close to noon. Dashan caught a bird to eat, and Zheng Tan only found a few fruits to eat. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Zheng Tan really did not want to touch raw food in the wild. When Dashan saw Zheng Tan eating the fruit, he was quite curious. He went over and sniffed it, then walked away in disgust and continued to eat his meat. After eating something, he was not so hungry anymore. Zheng Tan squatted on a branch to rest. There was no one in this area. After walking for so long, there were no traces of human activity. How much further did Dashan have to go? Zheng Tan had learned his lesson from the red mouse's trip. He did not want to be away for a few days or even longer than that again. Why don't we head back home later? As he was thinking, Zheng Tan's ears twitched, and he suddenly looked in a direction. If he did not hear wrongly, there seemed to be someone talking over there. He turned his head to look at Dashan on another branch. At this moment, Dashan was also looking over there. His face was a little serious, similar to usual, but his eyes were a little cold. Zheng Tan had seen similar eyes many times. When cats were hunting and playing with their prey, they would have similar eyes. However, compared to those cats that were hunting with interest, Dashan's eyes were more cold, like a real cold killer produced by nature. It made Zheng Tan's heart turn cold. Could it be that Dashan's target was the people over there? Looking at Dashan's expression, he probably knew that there were people over there. In a place so far away from the villages and towns, where almost all the environment was wild, there were actually people living there. Previously, Zheng Tan thought that there would not be any human activity in such a place. Hearing the movement over there, Dashan moved. His movements were very light, but very fast. He quietly approached the place. Zheng Tan followed behind, and from the sounds he heard, he could tell what might be happening over there. From the sounds, there was more than one person over there, and they seemed to be looking for something. Looking at the big cat in front of him, Jingtan thought, could they be looking for this guy? That didn't seem right. Dashan usually stayed in the yard. Even if he came here, he did not come often. He did not come here yesterday either. These people were probably looking for something that had just been lost. But, what were these people doing? Dashan did not get too close. When there was still a certain distance between them, he stopped and hid in a big tree. The dense branches covered his figure. Jingtan also hid and looked at the people who were getting closer and closer. Those people spoke with a dialect. Jingtan did not quite understand, but from their movements, he knew that they were looking for something. Moreover, Jingtan felt that these people had the smell of blood on them. These people were very dangerous and belonged to the type that should be avoided. That was Jingtan's intuition. There were 3 people on the other side, and they looked to be in their 30s. They were probably active outside, and their skin was dark. They spoke softly, and their eyes swept over the surrounding bushes and grass from time to time. Jingtan hid behind the bushes. As the 3 people got closer and closer, Jingtan became nervous and his breathing became careful. Fortunately, when they were about 10 meters away, they probably felt that there were too many bushes here and did not find any suspicious tracks, so they changed direction and left. When they were far away, Jingtan took a deep breath. Dashan jumped down from the tree. The branches made a rustling sound as he moved. Fortunately, those people were far away and could not hear it. After jumping down, Dashan looked in the direction that the 3 people left. His ears twitched, and after making sure that the 3 people did not return, he started walking again. Jingtan followed Dashan. He did not know what Dashan wanted to do, but he was sure that it was related to these people who were active in the depths of the forest. What should he do next? It was just 2 cats. Even if they had a grudge, what could they do to those people? Even if Jingtan turned into a human, he would not be able to fight against any of the 3 people. Of course, if they used other means, it would be a different story. Dashan did not seem to have the intention to chase after the 3 people. Instead, he walked in another direction. Half an hour later, Jingtan saw a simple shed made of cloth and wood. From the sounds coming from inside, he knew that there were some animals in the wooden house. Poachers? That was not right. Although there was a large wild forest here, and there were many wild dogs, wolves, and wild boars, there were not many rare animals. This was what Jingtan heard from Ermao. If they really wanted to poach, why would they come here? Wolfskin. At this time, 2 people came out of the tent. One of them yawned and walked into the tent next to him while the other walked around the area. Then, he sat down against a tree and lit a cigarette. When he heard something, he suddenly looked over. Whoosh! A brown figure flashed through the bushes and disappeared quickly. The person's vigilant eyes suddenly disappeared. As long as it was not a human, they did not care about other animals. Jingtan hid behind the cloth shed and saw that after the person found Dashan, he slowly sat down against the tree again. He did not seem to be worried at all. This person was very alert. Dashan's movements were actually very light. When he approached the cloth shed, he probably paused because of the smell of the animals inside and stepped on a very thin branch. When the person sat down again, Jingtan gently lifted the thick curtain of the cloth shed on the ground. Jingtan did not go in directly. He just lifted it a little and looked inside. There was a vent on the side of the cloth shed, and light came in from outside. Therefore, even if the inside of the cloth shed was relatively dark, Jingtan could still use the little light to see the situation inside the cloth shed. There were 5 cages inside. 2 of the cages contained monkeys, and 3 of the cages contained red pandas. They were not small pandas, but animals with a lot of reddish-brown skin. They were also called red pandas. Whether it was the 2 monkeys or the 3 red pandas, they did not seem to be in good condition. They were listless and did not move much in the cages. Jingtan once again wondered if these people were really poachers. They let them live, but did not pay much attention to their health. Are they really poachers? Looking at them, Jingtan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He quickly put down the curtain and then quickly left the place. After Zheng Tan left, the person who was sitting against the tree appeared next to the cloth shed. "What's wrong?" The person who entered the tent before came out and asked. "Nothing, other animals are approaching." The person next to the cloth shed said. "Oh, as long as it's not a person, it doesn't matter." The tension on the man's face suddenly dissipated. He yawned and walked into the tent again. "I'm going to sleep for a while, I'll take over when I wake up." Zheng Tan, who was hiding behind a tree not far away, looked at the two people over there. Compared to the three people he met before, Zheng Tan could still hear a few words in the words of these two people and guessed the meaning of their words. Zheng Tan did not go over to inquire again, and Dashan seemed to know that he could not get close to that place, so he planned to go back. However, Zheng Tan felt that this guy was still a little unwilling to give up. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Zheng Tan did not want to provoke those people. As he walked back, Zheng Tan was also thinking about the two people just now, as well as the monkeys and red pandas in the cages in the cloth shed. He only paid attention to whether there was any danger around him, but he did not pay attention to his feet. Suddenly, he felt that he stepped on something. Zheng Tan paused and looked down. Chapter 405. Zheng Tan couldn't tell what the slimy substance under his feet was. It might have the smell of some animal, but Zheng Tan's experience was limited, so he couldn't guess. He could only tell from Mountain's fearful eyes that it wasn't a good thing. Even those who Zheng Tan thought were dangerous, Mountain didn't show such an expression. If it was an animal that could make Mountain so fearful, then this animal must be at the top of the food chain in this forest, much higher than Mountain. As long as it wasn't animal feces or snot, Zheng Tan lifted his foot and wiped the slimy substance on the grass beside him. At the same time, he looked around. The slimy substance didn't only exist here. When Zheng Tan stood up and looked around, he saw that there were more slimy substances not far from his left. After thinking for a while, Zheng Tan chose a relatively tall tree and decided to look around to see if he could find anything. At least he had an idea. Even if Mountain knew what it was, he couldn't tell Zheng Tan. If Zheng Tan wanted to know, he had to find the answer himself. Standing on a branch more than 10 meters above the ground, Zheng Tan looked in the direction where he saw the slimy substance. More than 20 meters away, on a small patch of grass between two trees, there was a brown substance. From Zheng Tan's angle, he couldn't tell what it was for the time being. There was a lot of slimy substance there, just like the slimy substance that Zheng Tan had stepped on. Carefully listening to the surroundings, Zheng Tan didn't hear the sound of other people or large animals. He looked around to make sure there was no other danger. He estimated the distance to another tree, gathered his strength, and jumped. Mountain was still anxiously pacing around below, looking at the slimy substance after every 2 steps. He was very careful when he sniffed it, and quickly retreated after a few sniffs, as if he would be in danger if he sniffed too much. While Big Mountain was carefully sniffing around the traces of mucus, the commotion above scared the anxious and nervous Big Mountain away. When he realized it was Zheng Tan who made the noise, he looked up from behind the tree. His gaze followed Zheng Tan's figure, and after a moment of hesitation, he decided to follow her. If the animal was a land animal, it would be safer for Zheng Tan to approach from above. Fortunately, Zheng Tan was already familiar with jumping from trees. There were many trees here, so after jumping a few trees, Zheng Tan came to a branch above the brown substance and looked down. The brown substance wasn't big, otherwise Zheng Tan wouldn't have dared to approach it. Even if it was on the ground, it didn't mean that it wasn't dangerous. And the brown substance seemed to be the size of a wild rabbit. The more Zheng Tan looked at it, the more he realized it looked like a rabbit. Rabbit? Seems like it. However, there was a layer of slimy substance on the rabbit, and its overall appearance was a little different, as if it had been digested and then spat out. Many animals, such as cats, wolves, and wild dogs, would tear the prey they caught into pieces when they were eating. They would tear the meat off the prey bit by bit and eat it instead of swallowing it whole like this. Yes, the digested rabbit was still intact when it was spat out. There were no signs of being torn apart, and Zheng Tan didn't see any obvious wounds on it. An animal that could swallow its prey whole and eat in this way, Jing Tan thought of a cold-blooded, creepy creature, a snake. And, according to the current situation, it was a big snake. If it could swallow a rabbit, it could definitely swallow Jing Tan. That wild rabbit was quite big, much bigger and fatter than the rabbit caught by Big Mountain yesterday. If such a rabbit could be swallowed easily, Jing Tan's cat-like body wouldn't be able to. Now, Jing Tan was only so big, so he didn't have much of an advantage in terms of size. If the slimy substance was something like the stomach acid of a big snake, it must be big to be able to spit out so much gastric acid and make Big Mountain so afraid. Thinking about the slimy substance he had just stepped on, and then looking at the slimy traces left behind, Jing Tan could speculate that the snake must have spat out more than one rabbit. It must have spat out before, and then the snake crawled here, leaving some traces along the way. After arriving here, it spat out again, and then, Jing Tan looked at the big tree he was on. The tree was old and very tall. Jing Tan climbed up a little and looked ahead. The trees in front were not so dense, and there were only some weeds and various short shrubs. Because of this, Jing Tan could see what was there. Jing Tan just thought that it would be a python as thick as an adult's calf that spat out the rabbit, but now it seems that Jing Tan still underestimated it. It wasn't a calf, but a thigh. Moreover, 2 meters away from the snake, there was some vomit. It spat out about 6 or 7 rabbits, and the digestion level was similar to the previous one. Jing Tan thought that the probability of a wild python eating so many rabbits of the same size at one time was not high, unless it was specially raised by someone who threw rabbits to the snake as food. Such a fat rabbit didn't seem to live in the wild often. It was very likely that the rabbit was specially raised by someone. And what was the purpose of raising such a big snake? On the way from Pei Liang's hometown, Jing Tan heard from Er Mao and the others that there were indeed many people who raised snakes in this province. Because of the climate, there were many people who raised snakes, turtles, and flowers. There were definitely people who raised big snakes, but Jing Tan didn't expect to encounter one here. The snake was curled up, motionless, and he didn't know whether it was dead or alive. It spat out almost all the food it ate, so it must be feeling unwell. It was such a big guy, no wonder Dashan was afraid. If the big snake was dead, it would be fine, but if it was alive, it was definitely an extremely dangerous thing. Jing Tan didn't dare to get closer. He looked at Dashan below and thought that it was better to leave quickly. Curiosity killed the cat. Moving lightly on the tree branch, Jing Tan planned to leave, but just as she took a step, she heard the sound of someone running in her direction, and the person was running very fast. It was the 3 people he met before. Could it be that they were looking for this big snake? Dashan had already heard the commotion and hid, but Jing Tan didn't leave immediately. He came down from the tree and hid behind the trunk. The 3 people seemed to be in a hurry to find their target. Jing Tan couldn't hold back his curiosity and followed them not far behind, but they didn't notice. Jing Tan thought that if the situation went wrong, he would retreat immediately. At that time, even if the 3 people saw Jing Tan and Dashan, they wouldn't have the energy to care about them. While Jing Tan was thinking, the 3 people had already approached quickly. When they saw the big snake, they stopped about 10 meters away. They whispered to each other. Jing Tan couldn't understand what they were saying, but it was obvious that the snake was their target. When they saw the snake, the 3 people's eyes were filled with joy. They looked as if they were relieved. Among the 3, 2 of them took out their guns, and the other picked up a stone beside him and threw it at the big snake. The fist-sized stone hit the big snake, but the snake didn't have any reaction. Seeing this, the person who threw the stone continued to walk forward. When he got close to the big snake, he boldly lifted the snake's tail to take a look. After confirming something, he turned back and nodded to his 2 companions. The 2 people with guns were relieved to approach the snake. Looking at them fiddling with the big snake, Jing Tan knew that the big snake was either dead, close to death, or had no strength to resist. Jing Tan thought that they would directly drag the snake away, but then, Jing Tan saw one of them take out a folding knife, turn the snake's body slightly, and then use the knife to cut open the snake's tail not far away. After cutting it open, the man used the knife to poke inside, and then pulled out a small glass bottle. The bottle had cracks, and some blood had entered it. In the small bottle, there was something pale yellow that hadn't completely dissolved in the blood. Jing Tan didn't know what it was, but it was definitely not something good. Maybe it was another forbidden drug or something like that. Jing Tan had heard that some people used animals to transport drugs, so that they could avoid the eyes of some drug dogs or some people. Such a big snake in front of him was indeed a good warehouse. But for some reason, the bottle hidden inside broke, and the drug flowed out, finally causing the death of the big snake. It seemed that they had discovered another great secret. Should he tell Mao and the others? No, Jing Tan directly rejected in his heart. This time, Mao and Celestine came with their families. They were just traveling and visiting the old people. It was inconvenient for them to move around. If they were really involved, it would be troublesome. These people might be desperados. If they didn't have the courage to do this kind of thing, how could they do it? These people were too dangerous. Forget it, this kind of thing would be taken care of by specialized people. Jing Tan decided not to worry about it. He was just a cat, not a Superman who specialized in punishing evil and promoting good. After the three people struggled for a while, they dragged the snake away, probably finding a suitable place to dispose of it. They had already gotten what they wanted, and the snake was already dead. They wouldn't waste the effort to bring such a big snake back. After the three people left, Jing Tan came out of his hiding place. This time, Big Mountain didn't want to continue staying there, and his footsteps were much faster. Did Big Mountain discover the hidden secret? Jing Tan suspected, but the possibility was too small. Although Big Mountain was smart, he didn't know all these. His goals seemed to be those people, as if he had made enemies before. When he returned to the old people's house, Jing Tan was relieved. It wasn't easy to go out, and he was scared witless. He even encountered those troublesome things. Looking at the two children who were drawing and playing in the yard, Jing Tan decided not to care. When he came out, the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma also told him not to cause trouble, as it didn't concern him. Jing Tan pretended not to see it. At worst, he could report it anonymously. This time, he also brought his phone. When he left, he could report it anonymously. After making the decision, Jing Tan's mood was much more relaxed. He was even in the mood to play with a lighter on the shelf next to the kitchen. It seemed that he hadn't used it for a long time. There was no one here. Mao and the others hadn't returned yet. The two mothers were talking in the living room, looking at the two children in the yard, and didn't notice Jing Tan. Jing Tan ignited the lighter, extinguished it, ignited it, and extinguished it again. After repeating this many times, Jing Tan scolded himself for being so bored that he could play with the lighter for a few minutes. Putting down the lighter, Jing Tan looked sideways. Big Mountain was standing not far away, staring at Jing Tan. He looked at Jing Tan, and then at the lighter that Jing Tan had thrown at his feet. He walked over to the lighter and tried it with his paw. He couldn't do it. He tried again, but still couldn't do it. Jing Tan didn't stay there and let Big Mountain study the lighter. Therefore, when the old master returned with Mao and the other two, he only saw Jing Tan with the two children. After searching for a while, he found Deshawn next to the kitchen. When he found Deshawn was still fiddling with the lighter. It had been an hour, but he still hadn't been able to ignite the little toy. With a bang, Big Mountain slapped the lighter far away and stared at Jing Tan. Chapter 406. Big Mountain was also very curious. In order to learn how to play with the lighter, he would go to Jing Tan early in the morning every day, with the lighter in his mouth. Jing Tan would only teach Big Mountain how to play with the lighter when there was no one around. When there was someone around, he would never teach him. Big Mountain's ability to learn was as strong as his curiosity. Although he was not as good as Jing Tan, compared to other cats or other animals in the cat subfamily, Big Mountain was quite smart. After Big Mountain learned how to play with the lighter, he did not bother Jing Tan anymore. He went out to find a place to practice with the lighter in his mouth. Jing Tan only hoped that this guy would not burn the tree because he was playing with the lighter. Without Big Mountain, Jingtan had time to follow Air Mao and the others to the village to see the turtles. After being here for so long, Jingtan had not really walked around the village. The day before yesterday, Air Mao and the others went to see a family sow giving birth to piglets. Jingtan also wanted to go and see. There were more farmers here, and he heard that the family was raising piglets. Jingtan had only eaten them before, but had never seen them give birth. He wanted to go and see something new, but he was blocked by Big Mountain. He had to teach Big Mountain how to play with the lighter, so he missed the time to see the piglets. Today, Air Mao and the others were going to see the golden turtle, and Jingtan just happened to follow them. Although this place was remote and did not look like a rich place, in fact, many families here had millions of assets, and their houses were built like luxurious villas. For example, the family today had spent millions on surveillance and anti-theft equipment, and the golden turtle in the house was worth more than 10 million. However, in Jingtan's eyes, the golden turtle that sold for 200,000 or 300,000 was nothing special. After looking at it for a while, he lost interest and squatted on the side, yawning. After visiting the breeding site, Air Mao and the others were taken to a place to rest. They sat on a big balcony on the second floor and drank tea. The person who showed them around was about the same age as Air Mao. Air Mao called him Daheo. The people here seemed to like adding the word Daheo in front of their names, even if they were only in their 20s or 30s. At this time, Dahao was bragging to Air Mao and the others about how he had become rich in the past few years. This person was more familiar with Air Mao and the others. They used to play together when they were here. Raising turtles was actually a suggestion made by Air Mao. Later on, this guy became more and more popular. Now, he was also a millionaire with a net worth of tens of millions. Who is that person? Celestine suddenly asked. Daheo stopped talking and looked downstairs in the direction that Celestine was pointing. The balcony on this side was already behind Daheo's house, and they could see the walkway outside the back door. At this time, a person passed by this walkway. The person Celestine pointed to was this passerby. And when Wei Ling and the others were looking downstairs, the people passing by also raised their heads to look upstairs. After a brief exchange of glances, that person looked forward again and continued walking, maintaining the same speed and pace as before. Zheng Tan inexplicably felt that the person's gaze was a little strange. Daheo looked at the person when he looked up, then shook his head. I don't know him. He's probably a family friend who came to visit. Daheo was about to continue talking about his family history, but Air Mao beat him to it. Daheo, whose family is that? Daheo looked in the direction Air Mao was pointing and said, Oh, De Kang's family. That's the famous Snake King family here. The two brothers, De Ji and De Kong, raise snakes. De Ji was once invited to the zoo, but De Kong has been raising snakes. However, something happened to De Ji a few years ago. I heard that the zoo didn't take good care of him, and several big snakes died. After that, I didn't see De Ji much. I heard that after he left the zoo, he was hired with a high salary to raise snakes for people. I guess he's making a fortune there now. Look at his house, it's so beautiful now. Air Mao and the other two brothers looked at each other, then Air Mao said, Daheo, are you familiar with De Kong? I'm quite interested in snakes. Does his family have that kind of big snake? Something like a big python. Daheo said sneakily, yes. Because many breeding practices did not conform to the local rules in the strict sense, Daheo did not speak too loudly. If he was not familiar with Air Mao and the others, he would not have said too much. He has a lot of snakes. I've seen a giant python in his house. It's so thick. I heard that he bought it from somewhere else at a high price. Daheo compared it. Zheng Tan looked at it. It seemed to be about the same size as the one he saw in the forest a few days ago. However, something happened in the past. That big snake ran out and ate a few people's livestock. It almost killed them. Later, the village had a rule that they were not allowed to raise such a big snake, nor were they allowed to raise poisonous snakes. Otherwise, people would be afraid. However, Deheo lowered his voice. I think they still raise it in private. It's just that no one has seen it. Deheo took Mao and the others to the so-called Snake King's house. It was not far from Deheo's house. They walked along the road for about 100 meters and turned a corner. From the balcony on the second floor, they could see the Snake King's house. After arriving at the door, Deheo began to knock on the door. Dekong. Dekong, are you there? Deheo was about to knock on the door but was stopped by Mao. Mao took out a thin iron wire and began to fiddle with it. After a few seconds, the door lock was opened. Deheo said, Your skills are still as good as before. Mao made a shoot gesture to Deheo. Celestine and Pei Liang had already quietly entered. Although Deheo did not quite understand why Mao and the others were doing this and felt that something was wrong, he trusted Mao. This was because he knew that Mao and the others were much richer than him. They would not covet his and Dekang's little assets at all. Since it was not a matter of interests, it was possible that something had really happened. He knew that Mao and the others were still quite capable. Zheng Tan followed behind. When Pei Liang and Celestine entered the house to look for the people, he and Deheo stood at the door and did not move around. After a while, Celestine's voice came from the house. Mao, you guys come in. What happened? Deheo followed Mao in and asked. When they entered the house, they saw the owner of the house in one of the rooms. It was the young man called Dekong that Deheo had mentioned. This person looked to be in his early 20s. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, panting with difficulty. It was as if someone had just strangled him. Dekong, what's wrong with you? Deheo hurried over and asked worriedly. Although his relationship with Dekong was not very close, it was still passable. Seeing Dekong like this, he was a little worried because Dekong was not only having difficulty breathing, but his eyes also seemed to be out of focus. It's okay. It'll be fine in a while, Celestine said. When Mao looked over, he raised his hand and pointed at several places on his neck. Mao suddenly understood. After the carotid artery and jugular vein are strangled, the blood supply to the brain will be blocked. The brain will lack oxygen, causing blindness within a few seconds. Don't worry, Deheo. He'll recover in a while. After a pause, Mao looked at Celestine and Pei Liang. You look very professional. So, Dekong has a feud with someone? Deheo asked. Since his wallet had been bulging, his knowledge had also been broadened. He had met many people and encountered many things. Therefore, after hearing Mao's words, he was not too frightened. So, that person just now, Deheo said as he looked at Mao. After seeing Mao nod, Deheo could not help but take a deep breath. Such a terrifying person had just passed by his own back door and he did not even notice that something was wrong. If Mao and the others had not come over, Dekong would not even have a chance to breathe now. Or perhaps he would have been taken away just now. When Dekong finally recovered, Deheo could not help but ask, Dekong, what kind of trouble did you encounter? You actually provoked such a dangerous person. He wants your life, right? Life? That's right, they're after our lives. Their lives. Dekong looked a little crazy. Deheo saw Dekong like this and could not help but take a step back. However, Mao and the others were paying attention to the latter sentence. Them? Mao asked. Dekong stood up and looked at a snake sculpture on the table next to him. He raised his hand and gently touched it. They are so beautiful and fascinating. How could those people, how could they? Zheng Tan could not help but tremble when he saw this. He felt goosebumps all over his body. That kind of cold-blooded terrifying creature that could not even blink, this person actually said that it was beautiful. In this world, some people liked furry animals such as cats and dogs, and some people liked hairless, cold-blooded reptiles and were deeply obsessed with them. Obviously, Dekong and his brother were such people. Dekong briefly explained the reason for the incident. The key point was not Dekong, but De Kang's brother, De Ji. Back then, De Ji had a problem taking care of the snakes in the zoo. In fact, the problem did not lie with De Ji. The truth was that the snakes that were thought to have died due to improper care were actually taken away by someone. Back then, when Big Brother was wrongly accused by the people in the zoo, he said that justice is in people's hearts. What was the truth? Many people in the zoo knew. De Kang sneered. Ha! Justice is in people's hearts. In fact, it's useless bullshit. If you don't say it, you will always be wronged. My big brother was wrongly accused for 5 years. He was also used for 5 years. After De Ji left the zoo, he was asked to help take care of the snakes with a high salary. The big snake that the two brothers had bought back and raised for several years was also bought at a high price. De Ji had been taking care of it there. A few days ago, De Kang received a text message from his brother. De Ji found that the person who asked him to take care of the snake used the snake as a transportation tool to deceive people. In the end, this tool would die without a doubt. De Ji could not bear it, so he secretly tampered with the cage, hoping that the big snake would escape halfway. As for De Ji, he found an opportunity to leave. Until now, De Kang had not contacted De Ji until today, when that person came to ask about De Ji's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, not long after that person came, Mao and the others came over. After that person heard the movement outside the door, he immediately left through the window. Mao and the others also had an idea in their hearts. If things were really as De Kang said, it was obvious that De Ji was indeed used by someone. Someone had been setting a trap since the incident at the zoo. While Mao and the others were thinking about De Ji and De Kang, Tan was thinking that the big snake he saw in the forest a few days ago was probably the snake that De Kang said was very precious and that De Ji did not hesitate to risk his life to help. Unfortunately, the De Kang brothers did not know that the big snake had already been dissected by those people. While they were talking, Mao's phone rang. Almost at the same time, Celestine and Pei Liang's phones also rang. Something had happened in the courtyard. To be exact, something had happened to Pei Jie. Pei Jie had disappeared. Today, Pei Jie had brought Mao and Wei Xiaobei to play in the courtyard. While Tan was out, he had secretly taken out the small box that Tan had placed in the trunk of Mao's car. He had said that he wanted to explore it, but in the end, he could not open it. There were 2 mothers in the courtyard, so Pei Jie could not directly try to open the lock in the courtyard. Thus, he took the box out of the courtyard and urged the 2 children to help him. Unfortunately, Mao and Wei Xiaobei did not know the password to the box. When is your brother Hei's birthday? Pei Jie asked. We don't know. Mao and Wei Xiaobei shook their heads. What's your brother Hei's phone number? Pei Jie asked again. We don't know. Mao and Wei Xiaobei shook their heads again. Then what do you 2 know? We don't know. Pei Jie, while they were trying to open the box with the password, a stranger walked towards them. When the 2 mothers in the courtyard heard the noise and came out, Uncle Lin, who was helping to look after the 3 children, had been knocked unconscious on the ground. Mao and Wei Xiaobei were hiding behind the car, and Pei Jie was nowhere to be seen. Mao told Wei Xiaobei that Pei Jie had been taken away by a stranger. When Uncle Lin woke up, Mao and the others found out from Uncle Lin's description that the person who had taken Pei Jie away was the person they had seen half an hour ago. Putting aside how anxious Pei Liang was, when Pei Jie woke up, he found 2 strangers in front of him. One of them was the person who had captured him, and the other was someone he had never seen before. Pei Jie used a minute to think and react. Then, he said to the 2 people in front of him with a sullen face, "Uncles, my family is very rich. Don't kill the hostage before you get the money." The 2 people in front of Pei Jie. How did this little brat even know to kill the hostage? That's not right. Shouldn't this little brat's reaction be to cry for his parents when he wakes up? Are the children nowadays all so mature? Then, Pei Jie, who could not resist at all in front of these people, was thrown into a shed. The thick stench inside made Pei Jie almost vomit out the egg pancake he had eaten in the morning. Page Ye was locked up in a cage, and he did not know what kind of animal it used to contain. He also did not know when his father and the others would find him. Page Ye sighed inwardly. Page Ye had once fantasized that one day, he would be like Superman, punishing evil and promoting good, and saving the weak. Just like today, when he realized that the situation was not right, he first thought about how to let his two younger siblings escape, and then he would deal with the bad guys himself. But today's experience told him that not everyone could be Superman. The enemy's level was too high, and he was at a disadvantage. He usually thought that he was very awesome, but when he really encountered a problem, he realized that he was helpless. Page Ye felt like he was a whimsical fool. Although he was afraid, Page Ye forced himself to calm down. Page Ye knew how to use cooperation to achieve his goals from a very young age. So in the village, although he was mischievous, every time he caused trouble, he would always get a lot of partners. Not to mention the high success rate, when he was punished by his parents, they would share the anger, and he would not let the adults' anger all focus on him, the initiator. Now, without the help of his partners, he would definitely not be able to escape alone. But, what partners could he find here? After adapting to the dark environment, Page Ye looked around himself with the help of the light coming in from the small window on the side of the shed. He could not see clearly if he was a little further away, but he could still see a little bit if he was close. There was a red panda in the cage next to him. Compared to the other one lying in the cage, this one was a little better. At this moment, the red panda was looking at Page Ye curiously while rubbing its face with its paws. Page Ye wanted to cry even more. Chapter 407. In the courtyard, there was a sense of anxiety and irritation. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to know more, Jing Tan would have stayed far away. It was too depressing. His master was not at home today. 2 days ago, he had been invited over by an old friend in the provincial capital. Today, when he heard that something had happened in the courtyard, he did not care about the courtyard anymore. He immediately rushed back and asked the people in the provincial capital to help. The person who took Page Ye away was not a resident here. The local residents, including De Kong, had never seen that person. After that person took Page Ye away from the courtyard, he quickly left. Mao and the others could follow the tracks to the roadside. There were tire tracks left by the motorcycle. If they continued to chase, it would be difficult to catch up. The three of them split up and drove along the road to search. At first, they didn't find anything. This place was too remote, so there was no way to count on the road cameras. Mao had been driving along the road for more than half an hour before he found the motorcycle abandoned by the roadside. The person was gone. At that time, the person should have abandoned the motorcycle and left in another car. The smell was cut off here. Even if Jing Tan and Dashin came to help, they wouldn't be able to find them. The three of them could only go back to the courtyard again to think of a way. Pei Liang now hoped that the other party would call, blackmail, as long as he could hear some news. Unfortunately, there was no news. "It's my fault," Celestine whispered. Because of his former profession, he was more sensitive to people in some special industries. That was why he asked about the passerby when he was at De Kang's house. "I'm also at fault," Mao said. At that time, he also pointed in the direction of De Kang's house and wanted to go and see. After returning to the courtyard, Pei Liang, who had been smoking silently, waved his hand and said in a hoarse voice, "It's none of your business." Pei Liang knew that the three of them had the same idea. Even if Mao and Wei Ling didn't say anything, he would ask that person when he saw him. He would also go over to take a look. After all, if any potentially dangerous person appeared in this place, they wouldn't turn a blind eye. This was the place where Master lived, and they wouldn't allow any dangerous people to exist. What Pei Liang wanted to know now was why that person took Page Ye away. According to the information provided by De Kong, coupled with some of his master's connections in the provincial capital, he found a lot of things in half a day. De Kong was right. There was indeed a problem with the zoo that hired De Ji at that time. Someone used animals to transport some prohibited items to other places. The people and things involved were still being investigated. Everyone knew that zoos sometimes interacted with each other, such as exchanging animals, giving them away, or buying them to get some supplements to enrich the zoo. In recent years, due to the considerable profits and high returns from the construction of wildlife parks, many places have set off a rush to build wildlife parks. Although the establishment and development of these safari parks had indeed made positive contributions to enriching the public's leisure life, developing popular science education, and expanding tourism, many safari parks had problems due to poor management. For example, illegal sales, secretly killing sick and old wild animals, and even deliberately throwing some herbivores into the cages of carnivores to attract tourists. Because of the lack of scientific planning and market research, coupled with the lax approval and supervision, the construction of wildlife parks surged like a storm. The zoo that hired Deji was built in such a relatively chaotic environment. There were a lot of loopholes and it couldn't stand up to investigation. Now that they really started investigating, they found a lot of problems. The matter of De Kang's brother Deji being wrongly accused was just an inconspicuous corner. The zoo's matter involved too many administrative departments. Mao and the others didn't care about those and didn't want to care. They only wanted to know how Deji's matter was related to Pei Jia being taken away. They were anxious to find out who took Pei Jia away. After analyzing the information they found and connecting it to today's matter, the three of them felt that the other party should have some understanding of them. Even if they hadn't met before, they might have heard some things from other people. They knew that things would become quite unfavorable after being targeted by Mao and the others. Therefore, those people sensed the danger and even thought that it might speed up the process of exposing those hidden things. If those things were really exposed, they would definitely be severely punished. Therefore, they might have taken Pei Jia away as a bargaining chip to escape. His target was originally Pei Jia, not Mao and Wei Xiaopeng. Pei Liang said. The latter two were too young and weren't easy to take care of. They also loved to cry. Taking them away would be a big problem. Pei Jia was already 10 years old and was sensible. He was obedient and would be more cooperative after being threatened. Pei Liang knew his son very well. He believed that if those people only used Pei Jia as a bargaining chip to escape, Pei Jia would still be safe now. Pei Jia was very smart. Naughty and mischievous children were more cunning and knew how to judge the situation. Pei Liang had never been so glad that his son had such a moral character. As long as Pei Jia's side was stable and didn't anger those people, Pei Liang and the others would have more opportunities to find answers. While Mao and the others were analyzing and discussing the matter, Zheng Tan thought about the people that Dashan had brought into the forest. If those people in the forest were related to this matter, would Pei Jia be taken there? After all, there were no police or other surveillance cameras in the forest. If something happened, it would be easy to escape. On this night, other than Mao and Wei Xiaopeng, the others were destined to be sleepless. Zheng Tan originally planned to take a nap, but after tossing and turning, he still couldn't fall asleep. Walking out and jumping onto the railing on the second floor, Zheng Tan looked around at the endless black sky. The lights on the first floor of the courtyard were still on. Mao and the others were downstairs. In the evening, a few people from the provincial capital came over to help them find the children. They also brought some useful information. It seemed that those people on the first floor wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Sensing something, Zheng Tan looked towards the corner of the wall. Dashan wasn't asleep. He jumped onto the wall and squatted there to look at the stars. From the hall, one could only see the wall surrounding the courtyard's entrance. Therefore, Mao and the others didn't notice Dashan squatting on the wall. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan made a decision and quickly went downstairs. Dashan heard the sound and turned around to look at Zheng Tan. This guy's body was too big and the wall was too narrow. It didn't look very harmonious, but he still stood very steadily. Zheng Tan jumped onto the wall and stopped beside Dashan. Then, he jumped out of the courtyard and walked 2 steps to look at Dashan. Brother, do you want to go with me? Dashan squatted on the wall and stared at Zheng Tan for a few seconds. He probably didn't know what Zheng Tan wanted to do in the middle of the night. Under normal circumstances, because Dashan always accompanied his master, his daily routine gradually became similar to his master's. He wouldn't run around at night. But now, when he saw that Zheng Tan wanted to go out, he didn't know whether to follow him or not. He looked back at the lights on the first floor, then turned back and jumped down from the wall. Seeing that Dashan followed him, Zheng Tan was relieved. Even though he had gone there with Dashan before, he might not be able to remember the way. With Dashan as a guide, Zheng Tan would be able to avoid detours. Yes, Zheng Tan still decided to go to the place where they had seen suspicious people and tents. Even if he couldn't find Page Ye there, he could always find some other clues based on the people and things there. According to the information that Zheng Tan got from eavesdropping on Air Mao and the others, the people in the forest were very likely to be related to Da Ji's matter. In this way, it was very likely that they were related to the person who took Page Ye away. The night was full of endless unknowns and dangers. Many nocturnal animals that were quite a threat to Zheng Tan and the others would also be active. Zheng Tan took down the cat tag and hung it on a tree. That way, even if he ran far away, Air Mao and the others wouldn't be alerted. Before they really found useful information, Zheng Tan didn't want to distract Air Mao and the others. In fact, the journey at night wasn't that difficult for Zheng Tan. After all, cats had good night vision and wouldn't be lost in the dark like humans. But even so, the journey was much slower than the last time. One was that Dashan wasn't used to walking around at night, and sneaking out at night, Dashan was still suspicious. He would probably be scolded when he went back, so he wasn't as decisive as last time. When it was almost dawn, Zheng Tan passed by a place and smelled a familiar scent. It was left behind by Page Ye, and the other was the person who took Page Ye away. As expected, Page Ye was brought here. It was a worthwhile trip. In order to make it easier to move at night, Zheng Tan didn't wear a vest, so it was impossible for him to bring a mobile phone. Without a mobile phone, and the cat tag was left in the yard, he had to think of another way to inform Air Mao and the others. Zheng Tan and Dashan couldn't fight against those people alone. Dashan apparently also recognized Page Ye's scent. This time, he ran more decisively and didn't hesitate like before. The person who took Page Ye away should have entered the forest from another road, probably to get rid of Air Mao and the others. Following the scent, Zheng Tan and Dashan quickened their pace. It was already dawn. Usually, Dashan would get up and turn on the alarm clock at this time. Even if he didn't sleep the whole night, at this time, Dashan was much more energetic. Of course, it was also because he was excited to find Page Ye's scent. It was the same place, the same tent where the animals were kept. There were originally only 2 tents around the tent, but now there was one more. Someone must have joined in. With the experience from last time, Zheng Tan didn't go near the tent for the time being. There were people guarding the tent, and they looked like they were asleep. However, Zheng Tan didn't dare to take the risk. Those people were too alert, and the slightest carelessness could cause more harm than good. Dashan didn't move either. Every movement was careful and quiet, as he was afraid of alerting the people over there. Zheng Tan thought for a while and retreated far away from those people's alert range. After Zheng Tan moved, Dashan quickly retreated. It had to be said that Dashan was indeed very smart. This kind of intelligence wasn't because he was a fast learner, but because he knew how to act according to his ability. He knew that he wasn't a match for these people, and that he wouldn't be able to win if he rashly went up. Therefore, after finding Pei Liang's scent, he wanted to go back and report. Dashan planned to retreat first, then bring the others over. However, after running a few steps, he realized that Zheng Tan was still there, and didn't seem to want to go back with him. He even stopped and waited. Zheng Tan waved his hand and told Dashan to go back on his own. He planned to stay here and observe the situation. If there was an emergency, he could still help. After all, Page Ye was just a child. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't want to leave, Dashan continued to run a few steps, then stopped and looked back. After running a distance, he looked back again. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't want to follow him, he continued to run. Zheng Tan believed that Dashan could bring Air Mao and the others over. Dashan could understand some simple words, and he also knew the tail wagging game. As long as he could bring them over, everything would be fine. Chapter 408. When Mao and the others realized that Jingtan and Dashan were missing, the sun had already risen. There was no alarm clock like Dashan today. If it were any other day, everyone would have noticed it immediately. However, it was a special situation now. Everyone's attention was on Page Ye's case. They had been analyzing and discussing the whole night, and their eyes were bloodshot. After all, their master was old and couldn't stay up with them. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, he was persuaded to rest by Mao and the others. He hadn't woken up yet. Mao and the others didn't make any big movements. The whole yard was unusually quiet. When everyone finally realized why the silence was unusual, they realized that the 2 cats weren't in the yard. With Page Ye's disappearance, the first thing that came to everyone's mind was whether the 2 cats had been quietly killed. However, on second thought, that wasn't right. Celestine and Mao were very clear about the abilities of the black cat. It couldn't have been killed so easily. It would have howled if something happened, right? Moreover, Mao didn't call the police on his phone, which meant that the other party should still be nearby. Uncle Lin wanted to call someone to help look for the cat, but Mao stopped him. Wait, let me take a look first. Mao took out his phone and opened one of the icons. One of the bright spots was very clear. Nearby? When they heard Mao's words, they felt a little uneasy. If Mao was nearby, they would have shouted a few times. Although they had lowered their voices in fear of waking up their master, with the cat's hearing, it was enough to hear their words clearly. However, the fact was that there was no response at all. Mao held the phone and followed the signal on the screen until he saw the cat tag that Jingtan had hung on the tree. The cat tag was taken by someone? Uncle Lin asked worriedly. He had a good impression of the black cat. He was just afraid that it had been killed. Mao took the cat tag and looked at it. He shook his head and said, "No, it wasn't taken by someone else. No one can take this cat tag except for itself." Mao said the last sentence very softly. Those who were a little further away couldn't hear it clearly. For example, Uncle Lin only heard the first sentence. He didn't hear the last sentence at all. Otherwise, he would definitely be confused. What did Mao mean by, other than itself, no one can take down the cat tag? Senior Brother Pei, I think Black Coal must have found some clues. That's why he left to look for clues. As for Big Mountain, I think he was called over to help, said Mao. Mao knew Jingtan quite well. After all, they had been neighbors for so many years. It would be strange if he didn't know. Pei Liang nodded and did not say anything. Regardless of whether what Mao said was true or not, it was good that there was still hope. When Big Mountain returned, it was almost noon. Mao and the others went out to search but did not find much useful information. When they saw Big Mountain in the yard, their eyes lit up. Mao looked around the house and didn't see Jingtan. Dashan, where's Black Coal? Mao asked. Big Mountain is back? The old master walked out of the house quickly and called Big Mountain over. Big Mountain listened to the old master the most. When the old master asked, Big Mountain was more cooperative. Hence, after the old master spoke, Mao and the others didn't say anything and listened closely. After living together for so many years, the old master knew Big Mountain's character and ability very well. Hence, the questions he asked were easier for Big Mountain to understand. Where's Black Coal? The old master asked. Because of Mao, the old master now called him Black Coal. Big Mountain also knew who this name referred to. When he was learning to play with a lighter, he had heard this name many times. When Big Mountain heard this, he glanced in a certain direction. Mao and the others memorized the meaning of this action. Big Mountain had a strong sense of direction. Since Big Mountain was looking in that direction, it meant that the black cat was somewhere in that direction. Where's Page Ye? As he spoke, the old master took one of Page Ye's clothes and gave it to Big Mountain to smell. It would be easier for Big Mountain to match the smell with the name Page Ye. Big Mountain's memory for smells was deeper than a name that he had not heard for a long time. Sure enough, when Big Mountain heard the name, Page, he was a little confused. However, after smelling the smell, he was a little excited. After hurriedly turning around, he wanted to walk out of the door but was stopped by the old master. The old master brought Big Mountain in front of him. He looked at Big Mountain and said almost word by word, "Found it?" Usually, the old master and Big Mountain played a similar game of looking for things. Hence, Big Mountain could understand this question. When Big Mountain heard this, he raised his tail and swung it down hard. This action represented the yes in the yes game of yes. "We really found it," Mao said happily. Pei Liang was so excited that his eyes turned red. Now, he was eager to find it. In the past, when they were at home, Pei Liang would teach Page a lesson with a stick every 2 to 3 days. This child was too naughty and would not behave unless he was beaten. He was always causing trouble. But now, even if he did not see this naughty child for a day, he would still feel all kinds of fear in his heart. As a man, he could not cry and shout. He suppressed his emotions and could not vent them. His heart was filled with panic. He could only silently smoke one cigarette after another to relieve his emotions. Now, just hearing this news made Pei Liang's eyes ache. He blinked hard a few times but could not suppress this feeling. Instead, it became more and more intense. The old master sat back and waved his hand. He said to Mao and the others, "Go." He was old and could not go out with Mao and the others to look for Page. "Master, here." Celestine looked at the old master. "Don't worry. They are here. It will be fine. You just have to be careful." The old master pointed to the few people who followed them. Among them, there were people who came from the provincial capital to assist in the investigation. There were also a few people who were on good terms with the village. They were all here to protect them. There was no need to worry that someone would take advantage of the situation and harm the elderly and children here. The cooperation of the 3 brothers was more reliable than others. The old master was very confident in his disciples. When Big Mountain led Mao and the others into the forest, Jingtan had already woken up from his nap. Although the quality of his sleep was not very good, after this nap, his spirit was indeed much better. His physical strength had also recovered. He observed that there were 6 people there. The 5 people he saw before and the person who took Page away. It was lunchtime. The 6 people gathered in a tent, eating and chatting. They were probably discussing what to do next. Those people had accents and spoke very quickly. Jingtan did not understand much. Occasionally, he caught a few words, but when strung together, he did not know what they meant. He could only make a judgment based on the tone of their voices. Among the 6 people, one of them was sitting at the entrance of the tent. Half of his body was inside the tent and the other half was outside. While he was vigilant of his surroundings, he also spoke a few words to the others. To Jingtan, this was an opportunity. Since these 6 people were gathered here, there was no one else in the other places. Circling to the back, Jingtan quietly approached the cloth shed. The 3 tents did not seem to be where the hostages were placed. The most likely place here was the cloth shed where the animals were kept. Moreover, Jingtan deduced from the subtle words and actions of those people that Page should be in there. Quietly circling to the back of the cloth shed, Jingtan found an unsecured place. There were only a few fixed points at the bottom of the cloth shed. Jingtan was able to lift the cloth slightly to get in. This was the advantage of his size. If he was slightly bigger and wanted to get in, the commotion would definitely attract those people. After listening carefully, Jingtan confirmed that those people were on the other side of the tent. He carefully lifted the unsecured cloth hanging down from the cloth shed and quickly got in. The inside of the cloth shed was much darker than the outside, but it did not affect Jingtan much. He could clearly see the situation inside. Inside were the 5 cages that Jingtan saw last time. 2 of them contained monkeys and 3 of them contained pandas. In a large cage closer to these 5 cages, there was a child sitting in the corner of the cage. Obviously, it was Page Ye. Page Ye was hugging his legs and sitting at the foot of the cage. His head was on his knees, and he seemed to be sleeping. The mental state of the animals in the 5 cages was similar to last time. They were not in a good state. They were listless and did not notice Jingtan. Only the one beside Page Ye's cage was slightly more energetic. When Jingtan walked over, the little guy saw Jingtan, but he did not make a sound and only stared at him curiously. It seemed that this animal rarely made a sound, which was a good thing for the current situation. The red panda stood by the cage and looked at Jingtan as it raised its hand to play with the fur by its mouth. Jingtan walked to Page Ye's side. The metal mesh of the cage was more dense and he could not squeeze in. He could only stretch out his claws and gently push Page Ye. Page Ye wasn't in a deep sleep. After being pushed, he woke up and looked around in confusion. It was still a dark environment and there was the stench of animal feces. However, after being forced to smell it for a day, Page Ye was already a little numb. Besides, he also had a share of this stench. He had peed a few times. Page Ye did not notice anything unusual. Just as he was about to continue sleeping, his arm was touched again. He turned his head and met a pair of eyes. Page Ye almost screamed in shock. Fortunately, this child's mental fortitude was good and he held it in. Page Ye carefully identified it and realized that it was a cat that pushed him just now. It could not be helped. The environment here was still too dark for Page Ye. Jingtan was now in an even darker place. Page Ye could not see the objects inside clearly like Jingtan. In addition, Jingtan was dark to begin with. If his eyes could not reflect light, Page Ye probably would not have found Jingtan so easily. However, he did not think that it was Jingtan himself. He only thought that it was a wild cat in the forest. The cage was still too small for Page Ye. Even if he sat in a corner of the cage, it occupied nearly a quarter of the cage's cross-section. Page Ye could not stand up straight in the cage at all. He had to bend over when he got up. Jingtan also thought that Page Ye probably did not see clearly. He glanced around and then walked to the small window left by the cloth shed. The light shining in from outside the window projected on the uneven ground. Page Ye only saw it clearly when Jingtan walked there. Black charcoal? Although he was very excited, Page Ye remembered that he was trapped here. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of those people if he was too loud, so he lowered his voice. Jingtan was very satisfied with Page Ye's performance and walked to the side of the cage again. Page Ye looked at Jingtan and began to cry. Since Jingtan was here, then his father and Uncle Mao should be nearby, right? Page Ye suddenly felt that his dark childhood had seen the light again. The little brat who thought that he was a man who would bleed but not cry now could not stop his tears from falling. Black charcoal, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken your things. I shouldn't have tried to pick the lock without asking for permission. Page Ye lowered his voice and admitted his mistake. Because his voice was too low, sometimes only his mouth could be seen, but no sound came out. However, Jingtan could still tell what the child was saying from the few words he said and the shape of Page Ye's mouth. His tone was very sincere, and his expression was even more moving. However, Jingtan felt that Page Ye's words were so smooth. There was not even a pause. Page Ye had said similar words many times, but at this moment, Page Ye was really regretting it. If he had not been curious about the box and had not taken it out of the yard, would he not have met that stranger? Uncle Lin would not have been knocked unconscious, his 2 siblings would not have been in danger, and he would not have been picked up by the bad guy like a chick. Chapter 409. After Page Ye finished his confession and cried, there was hope in his heart now and he wasn't so afraid anymore. Raising his sleeve to wipe his face, Page Ye began to ask, Black charcoal, do you have a listening device on you? Do you have a communicator or something? This was obviously a child who watched too much TV and his imagination followed the TV. At home, he was used to talking to Chi Dada, the monkey. Now that he saw Jingtan, Page Ye was still used to speaking directly. People who raised animals knew that many animals weren't as stupid as people thought. After interacting with humans for a long time, they could still understand some words. In Page Ye's heart, he always felt that many animals could understand human language, such as his family's Chi Dada and the black cat in front of him. As Page Ye was speaking, Jingtan's ears twitched. He quickly left and hid behind a wooden box in the corner. Seeing this, Page Ye stopped talking. He knew that someone must have come from outside. With a thought in his mind, he looked at the red panda in the cage next to him that was scratching its face and reached out to pat it. The curtain of the cloth shed was suddenly lifted. If Jingtan hadn't heard the slight movement, Page Ye wouldn't have been able to hear anyone coming over with his hearing. Therefore, the person's behavior could be considered rather sudden. The person lifted the curtain and took a look inside the shed. It wasn't big. With the light shining in from outside the curtain, he could see the situation inside the shed at a glance. There was no place to hide people here, so the person came over to take a look. His gaze stopped on Page Ye for a few seconds and he didn't find anything unusual, so he lowered his vigilance. He heard some movement here and came over to take a look. He didn't expect that it was the child playing with the red panda. It was already surprising that a child didn't cry or make a fuss after being locked up here. However, if he was too obedient and cooperative, they would be suspicious and keep their guard up. Now, Page Ye seemed to be hitting the cage next to him in annoyance. He was probably throwing a tantrum. Page Ye's behavior was originally intended to divert the person's attention and not let them notice Jingtan, but he didn't expect that his behavior would lower the person's vigilance. The person looked at Page Ye a few times and said, "Be quiet." Then, he lowered the curtain and left. This time, he didn't deliberately walk softly. Page Ye could hear the person's footsteps leaving. Page Ye breathed a sigh of relief, and so did Jingtan. The only one who was frightened was probably the red panda in the cage next to Page Ye. Page Ye's action just now had scared the red panda that was scratching its face and fell backward. Now, it was staring at Page Ye's side and it's paused. Jingtan suspected that the red panda was scared silly, and it felt even more dazed. After the man left, Jingtan came out from behind the box in the corner. Page Ye's understanding of these people was limited. He did not even know how many of them there were. He knew even less than Jingtan. Jingtan was there for two reasons. Firstly, she wanted to check on Page Ye's condition and make sure the child was safe. Secondly, she wanted to give Page Ye some hope and motivation to persevere. SSSSSSSS is even stronger, TTA Childs. Now that Page Ye was in a much better mood, Jingtan didn't plan to stay here all the time. He wanted to go out and explore the situation. By the way, Black Charcoal, I'm sorry. When that person brought me here, he also took your box, Page Ye said before Jingtan left. Box? Jingtan stopped in his tracks. The only box Page Ye had taken was the treasure box that Ho Junyi gave to Jingtan. Why did the person who took Page Ye take Jingtan's box? Was it just convenient? Jingtan didn't know. After learning about Page Ye yesterday, no one paid attention to Jingtan's box. Mao and the others also didn't think about what was in the box. When they were discussing the matter, they only mentioned it but didn't find the box. Compared to Page Ye's matter, the box was just a small matter. Later, their attention was diverted and they didn't pay too much attention to the box that they couldn't find. Now, it seemed that the box was brought here by the person who took Page Ye away. Quietly leaving the tent, Jingtan listened to the movements in the tent. The 6 people were still there, probably discussing something. The atmosphere wasn't very good. One of them had a bad temper and was shouting as if he had encountered something angry. The person who went to the tent just now wanted Page Ye to understand better, so he didn't use a heavy dialect when speaking. Now that the 6 people were gathered together, they all spoke with a dialect. 2 of them spoke slightly better, but when they spoke quickly, Jingtan still couldn't understand what they were saying. Jingtan took advantage of the time when they were discussing something and went around the back of the tent. There were 3 tents, and 6 people were in one of them. Zhang Tan definitely couldn't enter the tent with people, but he could take a look at the other 2 tents. The last time he was here, there were only 2 tents. Now, there was an extra one that might be related to the person who took Pei Jiao away. The box was most likely in this new tent. While the people were arguing fiercely, Zhang Tan found a gap and went into the new tent. Fortunately, Zhang Tan's guess was right. The box was placed in there. After Zhang Tan came in, he glanced around and found it. However, there were a few obvious scratches on the box, as if they were made by sharp metal objects. Especially around the combination lock, other than the scratches, there were some signs of impact. Obviously, the person who took the box tried to open it. However, Zhang Tan didn't expect the quality of Ho Junyi's treasure box to be so strong. In fact, when the other party caught Pei Jia, they noticed the box Pei Jia was carrying. These people were quite knowledgeable and had good eyesight. They could tell at a glance that the material of the box was not ordinary. Hence, they thought that there might be something valuable inside, so they took it. The box was a bit heavy for a child, but for people like them, this weight was nothing. However, the person didn't expect that after taking the box, he couldn't open it. He originally wanted to try other methods, but he was delayed by something and didn't have the time to open the box. This gave Zhang Tan a chance. After listening to the movements outside and confirming that the 6 people were still in the tent, Zhang Tan quickly dialed the combination lock and opened the box. Zhang Tan had studied the contents of the box when he was free. There were a few compartments inside, and after pulling them open, they spread out in a gradient. The top few compartments contained some small tools, such as compasses, band-aids, whistles, etc. In one of the compartments, there was a palm-sized flat medicine box that contained all kinds of medicine. There were a lot of things that Zhang Tan couldn't use. However, when Zhang Tan went with the Jiao family to send the Jiao Yuan to Beijing, Ho Junyi told him about the various items in the treasure box and how to use them. Zhang Tan didn't remember everything, but the things that left a deep impression were the things in the box at the bottom. On the lowest level, Zhang Tan took out the box and opened it to take a look. Inside the box, there was a metal object that looked like an automatic pencil. Next to the automatic pencil, there was a slender cylinder. At first glance, people who didn't know would think that it was an automatic pencil lead. The cylinder could be opened at both ends, and there were some granular things inside. The automatic pencil was equivalent to a launcher, and the things inside the cylinder were specially made bullets. According to Ho Junyi, the pointy bullets were tranquilizer bullets and the flat bullets were stun bullets. The latter was twice as big as the former, so there were fewer of them. Zhang Tan counted 5 tranquilizer bullets and 2 stun bullets. The person who brought the box over would never have thought that the box, which he thought was very likely to contain valuable things, would become Zhang Tan's useful tool. He originally planned to make a lot of money, but unfortunately, this was actually a suicidal act. Zhang Tan looked at the pen and pencil lead in his hand. He didn't know the effects of the pen and the 2 types of bullets. This thing was made by Ho Junyi's grandfather. It had been 3 years since Ho Junyi gave the box to him. During the summer vacation, Zhang Tan went to Fang Mengmeng's house in Beijing and met Ho Junyi. He heard from Ho Junyi that the kid now had a new treasure chest, and the tools inside were all upgraded. This special automatic pencil had also been improved for several generations. The one in the treasure chest that was given to Zhang Tan was more primitive. Compared to the equipment in Ho Junyi's hands, Zhang Tan's was definitely much more backward. However, Zhang Tan felt that this was already a very good emergency tool. With this, Zhang Tan would be able to defend himself. Something that could be given to Ho Junyi would definitely not be too dangerous and out of control. Therefore, the effects of these 2 types of bullets would definitely be limited and would not be fatal. They were more suitable for defense and emergency situations. There were too many things in the box, and there were also some very interesting gadgets. Unfortunately, Zhang Tan could not take everything. The box itself was too big of a target, so Zhang Tan could not just carry the box and leave safely. Therefore, Zhang Tan could only bring less things. Putting the pen and pencil lead aside, Zhang Tan closed the box and locked it again. Then, He took the pen and pencil lead and looked for an opportunity to leave. An ordinary person could hold these two things with one hand, but Zheng Tan needed two hands. Since he used his hands to hold things, he could only use his legs to walk. Zheng Tan wanted to try the pen first. He wanted to know what to do. However, if he tried, in order to not make any movements and alert the enemy, Zheng Tan stayed a little further away. When he felt that the distance was about right, Zheng Tan climbed up a tree. It was relatively safer in a tree. After fumbling around for a while, Zheng Tan twisted the front 1/3 of the pen. He took a pointed bullet and put it in before twisting the pen again. He looked around. There was a blue-gray bird chirping in the tree in front of him. Zheng Tan aimed the tip of the pen at the unlucky bird. Without a scope, he could only rely on his intuition. Zheng Tan was not very confident in his first attempt. Fortunately, the bird was about the same size as the gray magpie in the school and was relatively close to him. Zheng Tan held the pen in one hand and pressed the button at the end of the pen with the other. Chapter 410. The effect was really remarkable. Zheng Tan jumped down from the tree and went to the bushes to take a look. He grabbed the bird's leg and shook it twice. A few feathers were shaken off and the bird's head was shaken to the side. There was no other reaction, but the bird didn't seem to be dead. As for whether it would die later, Zheng Tan didn't know. Zheng Tan was still exploring the effect of the tranquilizer bullet. Zheng Tan suddenly felt that he could no longer look at the automatic pencil directly. He estimated that when he saw the automatic pencil in the future, he would think of this thing in his hand now. Zheng Tan's technique wasn't good. If he was far away, he probably wouldn't be able to hit. Just like this bird, it was less than 3 meters away from Zheng Tan. Although it hit, it was a bit off. If it was 1 centimeter off, it would have been a waste of bullets. Fortunately, Zheng Tan's real target was people, so it was a big target. Zheng Tan pulled out the bullet from the bird's body and observed it. After the bullet was shot, there was a needle-like thing at the tip. When it hit the target, it would pierce the target's body. Even if the target was wearing clothes, as long as it wasn't the kind with good protection, it should be able to pierce through. Moreover, the needle had the tranquilizer effect. Regardless of whether Zheng Tan's technique was good or not, he could only explore this once. There were a total of 7 bullets. After using one, there were 6 left. There were 6 people over there. Zheng Tan couldn't afford to waste any more bullets. This was Zheng Tan's secret weapon to deal with sudden changes. Otherwise, Zheng Tan would have no chance of winning in a hand-to-hand fight. Overall, Zheng Tan was still very satisfied with this special pen. The only thing he wasn't satisfied with was that only 1 bullet could be installed at a time. If he wanted to fire again, he had to reinstall it. The bullet was also a one-time use item. After using it once, it couldn't be reused. Zheng Tan installed another tranquilizer bullet, then pulled a vine and tied the cylinder of bullets and the special pen to his back. It was easier to climb the tree. For the current Zheng Tan, the tree was safer than the ground. Hiding in the tree was also not easy to be discovered. Not daring to leave for too long, Zheng Tan once again approached the place where those people were stationed. The 6 of them were no longer arguing, but the atmosphere was not very good. Moreover, Zheng Tan saw 2 people carrying big bags and packing things. This was not a good sign for Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan had originally planned to wait for Big Mountain to call for reinforcements, but looking at the behavior of these people, it seemed that they wanted to leave immediately. If they leave, will the animals in the shed be taken away? Would Pei Jia be taken away? If he was taken away, there was still a way out. He was just afraid that these people would find it troublesome and not plan to take him away. In this case, neither the animals nor Pei Jia would have a way out. Zheng Tan panicked. Now, he didn't know where Air Mao and the rest were. How long would it take for them to get here? He was afraid that when Air Mao and the others arrived, the 6 of them would have already left. If that happened, Pei Jia's situation would be even more dangerous. Of the 6 people on the other side, 2 of them were packing up their tents. The other 2 were holding a map and talking about something. They were probably planning where to escape to next. One of them was leaning against a tree and smoking. The last one carried a hunting rifle and entered the forest. Jing Tan thought for a moment and followed the person who entered the forest. Although he did not want to alert the enemy, Jing Tan was no longer in control of the current situation. If he waited any longer, Jing Tan was afraid that things would change. Of course, these people might not touch Page Ye, but Jing Tan could not afford to gamble. He could only take action first. If not for the pen on his back, Jing Tan would continue to think of a way. But now that he had the tools, Jing Tan planned to try his best. He had the advantage of a figure and it was easier to hide in a place like the forest. Of course, it would be better if it was at night. His black leather clothes were more suitable for night operations. There were sporadic bird cries in the forest, and occasionally, the cries of wild beasts could be heard in the distance. The sun hung high in the sky. There were birds and insects. After the person who entered the forest was a certain distance away from the camp, he held his gun and looked around vigilantly. He could not see the camp from here. Similarly, the camp could not see him either. After confirming that there was no one nearby, he put the gun back on his back. Then, he opened a trouser pocket and took something out. It was a small bottle of medicine that he had stashed away. Recently, because things had not been going well, he was nervous. In a place like the forest, he had to maintain a high level of vigilance. In fact, he was already tired. He wanted to use some medicine to wake himself up. Of course, he had long wanted to use it. But when he was at the camp, he could not let the others see his private stash, so he had been holding back. Now that he was alone, he had to use it quickly. Then, he would have the energy to pack his things and escape. Just as he opened the bottle and focused most of his attention on the pills in the bottle, he suddenly heard a crack sound. He felt a pain in his back and his vision quickly blurred. Then, he lost consciousness. Jing Tan watched as the man fell to the ground. He waited for a few seconds, and when he saw that the man did not react, he loaded a new bullet into the pen just in case. Then, he slowly approached the man on the ground. He carefully leaned over and kicked the person's leg. No reaction. He kicked again. Still no reaction. Very good. He must have been hit. After confirming that the person had really been knocked out and was not faking it, Jing Tan dragged the person's gun and dagger over and hid them in a tall tree. He specifically chose a tree with dense foliage that made it easy to hide things. Even if the person woke up, he might not be able to remember where he had hidden his weapons. As for the medicine in the person's hand, Jing Tan guessed that it might be one of those prohibited items. He did not dare touch it. He closed the bottle and hid it in the tree. Maybe it would be useful after this was over. After hiding the weapon and medicine, Jing Tan took out the person's belt and tied his hands behind his back. Then, he dragged the person into the tall grass. The tall grass was good for hiding people. After taking care of one person, Jing Tan thought about how to lure one or two more people over. He could only choose to attack them one by one. It was impossible for him to fight all of them at once. When the person was knocked out, he did not make a sound. The people in the tent probably did not hear anything either. How could he make a sound and attract one or two people over? Jing Tan jumped up a tree and looked around from a high vantage point. There were no tall trees blocking his left front. Jing Tan could see a small slope over there. There, some birds were active. Some birds like to eat fruits, while others like to eat rotten food. Jing Tan jumped down the tree to check the situation. As he had guessed, there were more than a dozen birds there. There were crows and other birds that Jing Tan could not name. At this moment, they were pecking at an animal that could no longer be recognized. It was probably killed and thrown here by those people and became a feast for these birds. These birds did not retreat because of Jing Tan's approach. Many animals in the wild would fight for food. Even some species that looked very gentle could not be underestimated. After all, the birds in the school were different from the birds in the wild. Two birds saw Jing Tan, but Jing Tan did not see any retreat in their eyes. Instead, there was a fierce glint in their eyes. Coupled with the way they pecked at the food, there was a sense of savagery all over their bodies. This made Jingtan, who had originally planned to jump over and scare these birds, pause. For safety's sake, Jingtan found a broken branch of a suitable size and swung it to charge forward. If he could not directly use his fists, he could at least use a stick, right? If he did not want to be beaten, he should take off quickly. On the other side of the tent, it was still the same as what Jingtan had seen earlier. However, when they heard more than a dozen birds suddenly fly up from somewhere, the 5 people stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked over with sharp eyes. Usually, in this kind of situation, unless someone or other animal startled the birds would not suddenly fly up in unison. The 5 people looked at each other and picked up their guns. One of them shouted towards the forest for his partner who had just left. There was no response. After a simple discussion, they decided to send 2 people over to check out the situation, and the other 3 people would stay here. The 2 people who entered the forest walked in the direction where the birds had flown. However, when they got there, they did not find any traces of people. "It should be an animal," said one of them. The other person looked around carefully and nodded in agreement. The voice of the people at the base came through the earpiece. They explained the situation here. After leaving, they did not immediately return to the base. Instead, they searched for their partner who had entered the forest. Whether the other party was in danger or had betrayed them, they had to be sure so that they could proceed with the next step. This time, the 2 people were not very close to each other. The search area was larger, so there was some distance between the 2 of them. Jingtan hid behind a bush and watched as the distance between the 2 people got farther and farther. He chose one of them and followed. Because he could not guarantee his tracking skills, Jingtan predicted the other party's path, then took a turn and waited somewhere on the other party's path. Although the other party's path was a little different from Jingtan's prediction, the difference was not big. Jingtan still seized the opportunity and shot the other party's thigh with the 3rd tranquilizer bullet. The person seemed to want to shout something, but unfortunately, he fainted before he could. Similar to the previous victim, Jingtan hid the man's gun and dagger on a tree. He dragged the man into the bush and tied him up. After changing the bullets, Jingtan used the same method on the 3rd person. The other party was very vigilant, and Jingtan almost missed. Fortunately, he had the advantage of his size. The target was small, and the other party would not easily notice him. Otherwise, if he was slightly bigger, he probably would not be able to avoid the other party's line of sight. There were still 3 people and 3 bullets left. The people in the tent waited for a while and contacted the 2 people who had just entered the forest to look for the person, but this time, it was destined that no one would respond. The sun in the sky was a little dazzling, and the air was a little hot and stuffy. It was clearly daytime, and the temperature was fine, but the 3 people who stayed in the base felt that it was more frightening than the chill of the night. The 3 people went in one after another, and then there was no sound. Not a sound was heard. Who was it? If it was a betrayal, it was impossible for the 3 of them to escape without a sound, right? There was no warning at all. This matter was like a catalyst, instantly triggering the negative emotions in the people who were already mentally unstable. Someone must be coming. We can't stay here any longer. Leave immediately. If we're caught, we're done for. The person who had been packing up just now carried a bag and a gun and was about to leave. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the person carrying the bag fell to the ground before he could take a few steps. There was a bloody hole in his chest. The person who had fired the gun was one of the people who had been studying the map just now. He was also the one who had captured Paige Ye. They had already roughly decided on the escape route and the next place to rest. He did not allow anyone to act on their own. If someone did not follow the plan and betrayed him by revealing his plan, then everything would be for naught. Therefore, when the other person carried the bag and was about to escape alone, he decisively took care of any hidden dangers with a shot. It was just a temporary accomplice. If he died, then he died. Dead people were tight-lipped. Keep an eye on him. I'll leave after I take care of the things in the shed. With that, the person folded the map and put it in his pocket, then walked into the shed with his gun. The person who stayed outside did not look at the accomplice lying in the pool of blood, nor did he have any sympathy or pity. In his opinion, killing the other person was the right choice. Even if the other person did not shoot, he would have done so. His own safety and interests came first. As for the others, they were nothing. However, this also helped Jing Tan and saved Jing Tan a bullet. Jing Tan quietly approached the tent and saw the person lying on the ground. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Chapter 4:11. Mao and the other two followed Big Mountain through the forest. Although they wanted to find Pei Jia as soon as possible, Big Mountain could not. After all, Big Mountain was old. Even if Uncle Lin had been taking good care of him, giving him acupuncture and massages, and even his meals were nutritionally balanced, and he was much stronger than other old caracals, he could not withstand such a long distance of running. Big Mountain had not rested for a long time. He did not have much time to rest during the journey. He only rested for a few minutes when he arrived at the courtyard to ask for help. He only drank some water and ate some food. Compared to Jing Tan, Big Mountain could eat better food, while Jing Tan was still hungry. "Let's rest for a while," Pei Liang said as he looked at the endless forest. Pei Liang was worried about Pei Jia's safety. He wanted to fly over immediately. However, he knew that Big Mountain was not in good condition. If they continued like this, Big Mountain would die before they found Pei Jia. However, they could not run while carrying Big Mountain. They did not know the specific direction and route. The mountain was full of twists and turns. If they accidentally took the wrong path, Big Mountain might not be able to make it back in time. There was a language barrier. They could only let Big Mountain lead the way. After all, Big Mountain was not Jing Tan. He did not have Jing Tan's ability to give instructions. Since Pei Liang said so, Mao and Celestine did not object. They knew Big Mountain's situation. Mao gave Big Mountain some water and food. He raised his hand and massaged Big Mountain. His massage skills were not as good as Uncle Lin's, but it was good to let Big Mountain relax a little. They did not know how long the road ahead was. Big Mountain lay on the ground and closed his eyes to catch his breath. Now there were 3 people beside him. Although he used to like to find trouble with these fellows, he knew that with them around, there would be no danger. He did not need to waste his energy on guarding the surroundings. Seeing Pei Liang sitting on a rock in silence, Mao comforted him. "Jia will be fine. Black Coal must be there with him. Senior Pei, you probably don't know much about that black cat. It's much more capable than we thought. That guy is very experienced in tricking people." Just as he was about to say something to comfort her, Mao suddenly remembered that although the black cat was capable, it was also good at stirring up trouble. He really didn't dare to think about what would happen. After all, the enemy wasn't easy to deal with. The corners of Pei Liang's mouth twitched. He wanted to reply with a smile, but he couldn't. He hadn't eaten much until now. The only thing he ate was the food that he had stuffed into his mouth because he had to follow Dashin to look for someone. That way, he would have enough energy to follow Dashin. Pei Liang was anxious. How could he not be anxious? It was even more impossible for him to laugh. In the midst of silence, Celestine's phone rang. Because the signal in the forest was not good, there were many places where there was no signal at all. Therefore, when the 3 of them came over, their master gave them a satellite phone. After hearing a few words from the other side of the phone, Celestine didn't look too good. What's wrong? Pei Liang's heart was in his throat. He was afraid that he would hear bad news about Pei Jia. Celestine hung up the phone and said, "De Ji, who has been missing for a long time, has now been found," but it also alarmed some people behind the scenes. Pei Liang and Mao's hearts tightened at the same time. Although De Ji's appearance could lead to the culprit, and the several executives of the zoo couldn't get away with it, at the same time, it also alarmed those who were hired, including the person who took Pei Jia away. If those people still wanted to negotiate, it would be fine. In that case, Pei Jia would still be useful to them. However, they were afraid that those people would be agitated and not intend to use hostages to threaten or negotiate. They would directly kill Page Jia and then escape. Air Mao rubbed Dashan's black ears and scratched his chin. Then, he held Dashan's head with two palms and looked at Dashan's opened eyes. Dashan, I have to trouble you. Dashan stood up, looked around, identified the direction, and continued to walk forward. On the other side, Zheng Tan looked at the person guarding the tent. He held a loaded pen in his hand and thought about how to get rid of this guy. At this time, a bird flew over from the forest. Bang! The innocent bird fell from the sky, and its scattered feathers gradually drifted down. The person who fired the gun didn't have much emotion on his face. It was as if he had just broken a branch and did something that couldn't be more normal. He didn't even look at the bird that was shot down and continued to be vigilant of the surrounding forest. As long as there was a little movement, he would shoot. What's going on? The person who had just walked into the tent heard the gunshot and came out to ask. Nothing, just a bird. Looking at the bird on the ground, the person didn't say anything and walked into the tent again. Zheng Tan hid behind the grass and carefully exhaled. He really didn't expect that the other party wouldn't even let go of a bird. Well, he could decisively shoot his accomplice, let alone a bird. If Zheng Tan walked out now or was discovered by the other party, he would definitely be shot. He would rather kill a cat by mistake than let go of any suspicious movement. This was the other party's strategy now. What should I do? Zheng Tan was still some distance away from the other party. He also knew that with his clumsy skills, his accuracy would definitely not be high at this distance. If he shot here and missed the target and exposed himself, then it would be miserable. He might even immediately become a cat fairy. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan quietly retreated and then came to the place where he had just tested the first bullet. The bird was still lying there, motionless. Zheng Tan stood up and picked up the bird. Looking at the bird in his hand, Zheng Tan thought to himself, "You're unlucky to have met a cat. I can only sacrifice you." Zheng Tan thought about throwing stones or other inanimate objects, but the other party obviously had a lot of experience in hunting in the forest. A stone or a bird, perhaps, the other party could betray him at that moment. This way, Zheng Tan wouldn't be able to achieve his goal of distracting the other party. Regardless of whether the other party really had that kind of distinguishing skill, Zheng Tan planned to use the bird to try. It was a pity that he didn't know how to use a shotgun, and it wasn't convenient for him to use a shotgun. Otherwise, he would have just used a shotgun to kill these people. Zheng Tan shook his cat paws in disdain, carried the bird, and sneaked back to the tent. At this moment, there were gunshots coming from the tent, and monkeys' screams could also be heard. Zheng Tan's heart skipped a beat. Was the person who had just entered the tent planning to silence him? He had originally planned to wait for an opportunity, but now it seemed that he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, Page Jia would probably lose his life. The person standing by the tent would change direction every now and then. Zheng Tan was closest to the other party. When the other party turned sideways, he took a deep breath, raised his hand, and threw the bird with all his strength. The other party's reaction was also fast. Based on the faint sound, he could tell that the object was flying from the air. When the other party's attention was on the bird, Zheng Tan quickly ran out of the bushes and ran towards the other party. Bang! A shot hit the target in the air. After this shot, the other party didn't stop. Although he didn't see clearly what was running out of the forest, he still wouldn't let go of any suspicious object. He quickly turned the muzzle of the gun. Bang! Another shot. It was just a hair's breadth away from success and failure. When Zheng Tan rushed over, he didn't think about anything else. He ran over at full speed. When he was close to the person, he pressed the pen and ran after shooting. When he heard the second gunshot, he even felt all the hair on his body stand up. A sense of extreme danger instantly descended upon him. However, he didn't care too much. After shooting the bullet in the pen, Zheng Tan ran to the back of the tent and jumped into the bushes. After waiting for a while, he didn't hear any other movements. He carefully looked outside. On the other side of the tent, the person who had been shooting just now was now on the ground. A small bullet was nailed to the other party's bare arm. Jingtan found a clod and threw it over with all his strength. He threw it at the other party's face. The clod hit the person and broke into several small pieces. The dust scattered, but the person who was hit still maintained the same appearance. The expression on his face didn't change much. Jingtan walked out of the bushes and jumped behind the tent. He looked again, then quickly rushed over and dragged the gun in the other party's hand. The person still didn't react. Looking at the bullet hole on the ground, it was less than a palm's distance from the route Jingtan ran to just now. If Jingtan was a little slower, he might have been shot. He still underestimated the ability of these people. Fortunately, there was only one person left here. Jingtan was temporarily relieved. He hid the gun in a nearby tree, then dragged the person into a tent. He tied a few rounds of rope in the tent and tied a dead knot. Bang! There was another gunshot from the tent. Jingtan had just tied up the unconscious person's hands and didn't have time to tie up the unconscious person's legs. Anyway, the effect of the drug would last for a while. Jingtan changed a bullet in the pen and hurried over to the tent. Inside the tent, Page Ya was indeed not in a good condition. After he saw the person who kidnapped him walk into the tent, he zipped and locked the curtain of the tent. This way, if the people outside wanted to come in, they could only open it from the inside without destroying the tent. They couldn't open it from the outside. Destroying the tent would definitely cause a certain amount of commotion. It was impossible for the other party to not notice. After entering the tent, the person shot a monkey and used a knife to take out the things on the monkey's body. Then, the second monkey, and then the red panda. Inside the tent, the curtain was closed and the light was very dim. The person turned on a solar-powered camping light hanging inside. This way, Page Ya could see the situation clearly. Looking at this bloody scene, Page Ya could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. *CK, I don't want to be Superman anymore. This profession is too dangerous. If I'm not careful, I'll lose my life. Why aren't Dad, Uncle Wei, and Uncle Mao here yet? Where did Black Charcoal go? Could it be that he ran away on his own? After all, he was still a child. Even if he was usually naughty, he couldn't withstand the stimulation of blood and the threat of death. At first, Page Ya wanted to cry out loud. If there were any reinforcements nearby, he could urge them to quickly come to his rescue. However, as he cried and cried, all of Page Ya's grievances and fear surged out. He cried until he hiccuped. The person didn't stop Page Ya and let him cry loudly. He said in a slightly dialect Mandarin, "Cry slowly. It'll be your turn later." As he said that, the person looked at the curtain and then looked around the tent. He had just confirmed that no one could enter quietly, not even a child. However, he didn't know that cats weren't included. When Jingtan came in previously, he didn't come in through the curtain, but through the surrounding cloth fence that wasn't fixed. Jingtan chose to come in close to a cage. The dead monkey in the cage was still lying inside. The light shone there, casting a shadow on the cloth fence near the ground. In such a big place, there was no way for people to hide. Therefore, the person only glanced around before focusing on the last red panda again. This red panda's mental state had been getting better and better in the past 2 days. Its mind was also clear. It stuck close to the cage, away from the other side. However, it was still locked up and couldn't escape. Even if it knew it was dangerous, it couldn't help. It could only curl up there and stare in horror. The person held a gun and pointed the muzzle at the last red panda in the cage. Just as he was about to shoot, he thought of something and shouted outside the tent. He shouted the name of his accomplice who was guarding outside, but he didn't get a response. Now, it was impossible for him to open the curtain and go out to see the situation, nor would he look outside through the only window of the tent. He was afraid that there was a sniper outside and that he would be shot if he stuck his head out. His eyes flashed and the person put down the gun. His gaze moved away from the last red panda and landed on Page Ya, who was crying and hiccuping in the cage. When Page Ye saw the other party looking over, he stopped crying. Then, he started crying at an even louder voice. He was anxious and scared. Other than crying, he didn't know what else he could do. He only hoped that someone could come over and take care of this lunatic with a gun in front of him. The person took out the key and opened the cage. He dragged Page Ye out of the cage and carried him in his hand like a chick. Page Ye's little strength couldn't struggle against the other party's steel-like arm at all. Page Ye used his hands to beat and kick, but he hadn't eaten much for more than a day. In addition, he had been locked in the cage for so long. His whole body was weak and he didn't have much strength, so the effect was minimal. He also wanted to bite with his teeth, but unfortunately, the other party was wearing gloves with metal plates. He couldn't bite, and his teeth almost fell out instead. The person held Page Ye in his hand and ignored Page Ye's little tricks. What he cared about was the people outside. He scanned his surroundings and made sure that no one had come in. Something must have happened outside. Although he did not know who it was, nor did he know how the other party had managed to get rid of his companions, he knew that if the other party was able to get rid of the four of them without making a sound, they could also pose a threat to him. Therefore, he wanted to use this kid to escape. Even if he couldn't escape, he could exchange a life for a life. Page Ye, who had been crying until he hiccuped, started crying and calling for his parents like the other children. Were Dad and the others really outside? But why didn't they come out? Even if they came out to negotiate, why wasn't there any movement? If only there were really superhumans in this world. Page Ye thought. Page Ye caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye and turned to look. At the place where the person's back was facing, beside a cage, behind a small wooden box, a black figure gradually appeared. The camping lights were still on. Page Ye's vision had long adapted to the light here. He wasn't nearsighted, so he could see clearly. Ears, tail, it was a cat. A cat standing on its feet. A black cat that was standing and holding an automatic pencil. Chapter 412. A cat that stood up was not a rare sight. Page Ye had seen quite a few in his own village, but he had never seen a cat that stood up and walked out of the darkness with a serious expression on its face while holding an automatic pencil. Page Ye forgot about his fear at that moment and stood there in a daze. Noticing Page Ye's strange behavior, the man quickly turned around. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, a bullet was shot at him, and he could no longer raise the gun in his hand. His other hand, which was originally holding Page Ye's collar, was now loosened. How could there be other people? How did they appear? Why didn't he hear anything? Now, he finally understood why his accomplices outside had been taken care of without a sound. It was impossible to guard against them. He hadn't even seen their faces. He had thought that in such a relatively enclosed place, no one would be able to enter without a sound. He had thought that even if he couldn't escape, he could at least drag another life down with him. He had thought, the man who was shot thought a lot at that moment, but there were many things he didn't have time to think about. He felt as if he had just been sent flying by a man who was much stronger than him, and then he had been punched and kicked repeatedly. He seemed to have hallucinated, as if he was still in his mother's womb and hadn't been born yet. He also felt that the lower half of his body was separated from his original body, and then he lost consciousness. This series of feelings, in fact, only happened in that instant. Page Ye was still a little stunned. He turned his head mechanically, looking at the man on the ground, and then turned to look at the black cat holding the mechanical pencil. Then, he jumped away and took a few steps back. He continued to stare alternately at the man on the ground and the black cat. Zheng Tan was having a headache. He had originally planned to quietly take care of the last person without letting Page Ye know. He had deliberately chosen a position with their backs facing them, but he hadn't expected Page Ye to turn his head when he was being carried. Zheng Tan had been worried that the stun bullet would hurt Page Ye, but now it seemed that the stun bullet could only take care of one person at a time. Zheng Tan touched the body of the pen. There was still a stun bullet in the cylinder on his back. Judging from the situation just now, the stun bullet was quite effective. Should he give this kid one and tell him that it was an illusion when he woke up? Page Ye shivered and suddenly felt a little cold. He looked around and thought that it must be because he was in the shed and didn't see the sun. That was why he felt so gloomy. Because of this, Page Ye came back to his senses. No matter what was wrong with the black cat, what Page Ye wanted to do the most now was to escape from this place. Inside the shed, there was the smell of blood. This was caused by the man who killed the 4 animals. Now that Page Ye had regained his senses, he wanted to vomit when he smelled the stench mixed with the smell of blood. However, he did not dare to lift the cloth and run out of the shed. Who knew if there were any dangerous people outside? Page Ye had no choice but to look at Jingtan again. Black. Black. Charcoal? Page Ye stammered out those few words. Jingtan put the pen back on his back and decided not to kill Page Ye for the time being. He also left a bullet in case of future trouble. If the people who were killed woke up, he could use the bullet to kill as many as he could. As for what Page Ye did just now, Mao and Celestine should have known that he was different from other cats. As for Pei Liang, he saved his son. He wouldn't bite the hand that fed him, right? He was brothers with Mao and Celestine, so his character should be guaranteed. Human lives were the most important thing. They should choose to keep secrets. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. Escaping from here was the most important thing. Page Ye was smart. He didn't rush out directly, which made Jingtan a little satisfied. He knew what was good and bad, and he could choose the safest and most correct way. He should be able to keep a secret, right? Jingtan crawled out of the tent and looked around. The people who were tied up in the tent were still motionless. Jingtan jumped up a tree to observe the surroundings, then returned to the tent. When he looked back into the tent, Jingtan couldn't help but shiver. He found that Page Ye had already taken the gun and dagger from the people on the ground. Looking at the way he was fiddling with the gun, this kid probably wanted to shoot a few more times. The little kid who was crying and hiccuping a few minutes ago was now acting like he was the winner. Jingtan suddenly understood why Pei Liang's family couldn't control this kid. With a gun, Page Ye wasn't so afraid now. He had actually played with a shotgun before. There were a few old hunters in the village who had learned how to hunt with a shotgun. Pei Liang had also taught them. Although the gun in his hand was different from the ones in the village, Page Ye was no stranger to this feeling. Some children were born not afraid of these things, and it was easier for them to accept them. For the current Page Ye, the gun was still a little heavy, and it was difficult to hold it. Before Jingtan came back, he had been vigilant of the people on the ground, afraid that they would jump up again. Page Ye's face lit up when he saw Jingtan. He had thought it through. No matter what the cat's background was, as long as they were on the same side, it would be fine. The cat had just saved his life and defeated the steel-like enemy, so he could rely on it. When Jingtan was outside, he had already put the last stun bullet into the pen. The cylinder that held the bullets had also been put back into the treasure chest, so now he only had a pen on his back. However, Page Ye's attention wasn't on it, so he didn't notice any difference. Jingtan tilted his head and signaled Page Ye to follow. He then lifted the tent that wasn't fixed and crawled out. Page Ye followed Jingtan and crawled out. When he crawled out, he made a little noise, but fortunately, he wasn't as big as an adult, so he could still crawl out. After he got out, he didn't forget to take the gun with him. Jingtan led the way in front, while Pei Liang carefully followed behind. He knew that his hearing wasn't as good as Jingtan's, so he just followed silently. He didn't doubt Jingtan's judgment. Jingtan remembered the places where the people he had defeated were. He just had to avoid those places and leave with Page Ye. While walking, Jingtan suddenly stopped. His ears twitched, and he looked diagonally in front of him. Seeing Jingtan like this, Page Ye quickly found a place to hide. He thought that Jingtan had found the enemy. Jingtan didn't give Page Ye any instructions. Instead, he quickly jumped onto a tree and looked in that direction. Although there were many trees of different heights blocking his view, he could still see a few flashing figures. The one in front was a touch of brown. Happy, Jing Tan didn't walk forward. He lay on the branch and looked in that direction. Page Ye, who was hiding behind the bushes, didn't understand Jing Tan's reaction. But soon, he thought of a possibility. Black charcoal. Page Ye whispered. When he saw Jing Tan looking over, he continued, "Is it my dad and the others?" Jing Tan thought for a moment and nodded. Ha! Page Ye couldn't help but laugh. He jumped out of the bushes and climbed up the tree that Jing Tan had just climbed. When Pei Liang ran over with his heart in his mouth, he saw Page Ye, that brat, carrying a gun and hugging the trunk of a tree. He looked at them and grinned happily. Page Ye's clothes were already dirty beyond recognition, and he looked very disheveled. His little face was tanned from running outside in the hot sun, and there was a lot of mud and grass on it. His hair was also messy, as if he was running away from a disaster. Pei Liang's eyes turned sour when he saw this. He rushed over and caught Page Ye, who jumped down from the tree, and hugged him tightly. Seeing that Page Ye was healthy and didn't lose an arm or a leg, although he looked a little miserable, he was fine and in good spirits. Mao and Celestine sighed in relief. Celestine first replied to the old man so that he wouldn't worry, but he didn't say much. He knew that the situation was a little complicated. "It's good that you're fine." Pei Liang was a little choked up. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. After he calmed down, Pei Liang first checked Page Ye's injuries. Seeing that they were all small scratches and no other injuries, he was relieved. He passed some food to Page Ye and applied some medicine to some of Page Ye's wounds. Then he remembered and asked, "Where's the person who took you? How did you get out?" Page Ye wiped his nose on Pei Liang's clothes and raised his finger to point at the tree. Pei Liang looked up and saw a familiar-looking black cat lying there. Mao and Celestine had an, as expected, look on their faces, but they were still very curious as to how it was done. Being questioned, Page Ye was a little hesitant. Should he say or not? "Let's find the person who took Page Ye first," said Mao. If they wanted to find the person, they could only let Jing Tan lead the way. Mao let Big Mountain rest first. Big Mountain was really tired from the journey. He even slipped when he climbed the tree, but only on the tree did he feel safe. Big Mountain rested. Jing Tan brought Mao and Celestine over. Pei Liang stayed there temporarily to look after Page Ye and Big Mountain. Half an hour later. In the open space beside the tent, 5 people were tied up and thrown there. Celestine held 5 bullets and studied them. They were all taken from the tied-up people in front of him. Celestine clicked his tongue twice and said to Jing Tan, "Capable, you're getting more and more capable. Does your cat father know that you're so awesome?" Jing Tan squatted at the side and looked down at the ants on the ground without replying. Anyway, he had done a meritorious deed this time. He didn't expect Celestine to thank him. He just wanted to help cover up this matter. After knowing each other for so long, Mao and Celestine should know the Jiao family's strategy of keeping a low profile. Jing Tan was only responsible for hiding his merit and reputation. Meanwhile, Mao was studying the pen that Jing Tan was carrying just now. Beside him was a box. Jing Tan had already opened the box and let them see what was inside. Jing Tan wanted Mao and Celestine to help cover up the aftermath. He chose to tell them more things so that they could make up a story to explain the situation. Where did he get this toy? Celestine looked at Mao. Mao was the one who carried the box along the way. I heard that a child in Beijing gave it to Black Coal. Mao was also shocked. When did children's toys evolve to such a level? He had to ask the Jiao family when he got back. Okay, I'll call Senior Pei and the others over and discuss how to make up this story. Mao put down the box and walked into the forest. Hearing Mao's words, Jing Tan was relieved. Although Mao was sometimes unreliable, he would definitely do what he said. When the person who was hit by the stun bomb woke up, he felt his whole body twisting. He heard someone talking, but he couldn't make out what it was. His muscles were still trembling and spasming. His face looked as if someone had injected him with Novocaine. His lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. His lower lip felt like it was weighed down by dozens of kilograms. When Pei Liang saw that the person who took his son was waking up, he didn't show any mercy and punched him. The person who had just regained consciousness fainted again. In fact, Pei Liang also wanted to give this person a good beating. He even thought of quietly getting rid of him in the wilderness. Later, he dismissed the idea. He could go through legal channels to get this person to accept the death penalty or be locked in prison for the rest of his life, but he couldn't privately get rid of him here. Pei Jia was still here. While Mao and the other two were discussing how to make up a story, Pei Jia was thinking about how to get the gun back from his father. "Dad, give me the gun. I don't want the bullets." "No way." Pei Jia wasn't convinced. "I gave it to you." Pei Liang didn't even look at him and replied, "Stop bullsh *ting." Pei Jia stiffened his neck and wanted to argue, but he choked and didn't say anything. It was true that he didn't give it to him completely. He only snatched it back after black charcoal knocked him to the ground. But no matter what, he snatched it from the enemy with his own hands. Chapter 413. The man who was knocked down by Zhang Tan's stun grenade had killed 4 animals. Mao had already found the items taken out from the bodies of the animals. As for the last survivor, the red panda with a dumb face, it was brought back to the yard with them. Uncle Lin, a senior veterinarian, was in the courtyard. He was good at everything. Uncle Lin also had a set of surgical tools at home and a specially built operating room for major animal surgery. 2 days after the operation, the red panda began to be energetic again. Uncle Lin's good skills were one of the reasons. The key was that the little guy's vitality was really strong. After the wound got better, Uncle Lin took it to the courtyard for a walk. Uncle Lin said that the red panda was only 1 year old. It was considered an underage child in this species. Probably before it was caught by those people, the mother beast drove it away not long ago. It was not used to living on its own. Now that it followed Uncle Lin, it found the feeling of living a leisurely life with the mother beast. As long as it was not driven away, it would stay here. This red panda was very close to Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin did not use a rope or something like that to tie it up. It also did not run around. Without Uncle Lin's instructions, it had been following him. The wound from the operation gradually began to heal, and it had no intention of running away. Thinking about it, it made sense. Staying at Uncle Lin's place, it had food, drinks, and was carefully taken care of. No one pointed a gun at it, so it did not have to worry about anything. Every day, its favorite thing was to sit on a tree and eat a big apple. After eating, it would find a place with the sun to sit and start rubbing its face. Uncle Lin was not worried that it would go missing. Usually, this little guy was very clean and did not poop everywhere. Zhang Tan always thought that this guy's habit of rubbing its face was actually just a habit of wiping its mouth with its palm or washing the hair around its mouth clean after eating. It was just like how cats would lick their paws and wipe their faces after eating. Because of this, Uncle Lin felt that it was quite easy to raise it. Usually, he could take this little guy for a walk around, which was better than walking alone. Therefore, Uncle Lin greeted a familiar manager of the animal farm and applied for some certificates to keep the red panda there first. The reason was to observe it after the operation to prevent it from becoming ill. The people at the zoo didn't have any objections. Anyway, there were many red pandas in the zoo. One less wouldn't make a difference. It was just an insignificant matter to them. They just casually opened the door to ask for a favor. Uncle Lin said that this little panda was really lucky to be able to survive. Of the 5 animals that were locked up, it was the only one that survived. After surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune in the future. Therefore, he named this little guy Xiao Fu, and after a while, it became Xiao Fu. The criminals were taken away by the police, and their weapons and drugs were confiscated. When the person who was knocked down by Zhang Tan with an electric shock bomb pleaded guilty, he insisted on asking who was in the tent at that time. He thought about it a lot, but still couldn't guess who it was. He also analyzed the whole thing and found out which step went wrong to cause the final outcome. However, he would never have thought that his two biggest mistakes were that he was greedy for money and that he didn't know that there was a cat called Jingtan in this world. Pei Jia had also been questioned, but this child had been told by his father what to say and what not to say. He was also very good at lying. Moreover, when he was questioned by the police, he didn't know when, but he began to cry. The tears came as he wished. Pei Jia temporarily kicked aside the words, "Men bleed but don't cry," and said that this was called strategic crying, which was within the acceptable range. The person in charge of questioning Pei Jia didn't ask any more questions in the end. Don't underestimate children, never underestimate these little brats. Sometimes, they are much more scheming than adults think. Pei Jia also promised Jingtan afterward that in order to repay the favor of saving his life, he would keep the truth of the matter hidden. A good man is loyal and never betrays. In fact, Pei Liang looked quite upright. It was a pity that Pei Jia didn't inherit his father's sense of justice. Instead, he got himself into trouble. When Pei Liang and Pei Jia were alone, Pei Liang wanted to comfort the child to prevent him from having any psychological trauma from his childhood. However, he found that this child's nerves were too strong. Other than a small obstacle, he was very good. Even when he talked about what happened at that time, he was able to speak clearly. Not only was his words clear, but he also knew how to exaggerate. It was like telling a story. What was clearly a very normal thing became a fantasy in his mouth. After being warned by Pei Liang several times, Pei Jia finally stopped his wild thoughts. "I was really scared at that time. Dad, you don't know. In the pitch-black shed, all I could smell was the smell of the monkey and the red panda's feces and urine. All I could see was the cold steel cage and the stupid red panda next to it," Pei Jia said. Hearing this, Pei Liang was immediately dissatisfied. He frowned and said, "What are you talking about? That's not stupid, that's charmingly naive." "Oh, it's the spring and autumn calligraphy that you mentioned before. I felt uneasy when I saw its charmingly naive look." Can the word uneasy be used? Pei Liang was speechless. Pei Liang took a deep breath and was about to say something when Pei Jia raised his hand and pointed in a direction. He followed Pei Jia's finger and looked over. Not far from the two of them, Big Mountain was playing with an apple. His two paws moved back and forth like a ball. In front of Big Mountain stood the red panda. Its eyes were fixed on the apple that Big Mountain was moving, and its head moved left and right. Big Mountain was obviously teasing the red panda. After moving the apple back and forth a few times, it jumped onto the wooden table in the yard with the apple in its mouth. Then, it placed the apple on the edge of the wooden table so that the red panda could see but not touch it. Big Mountain squatted by the side and watched. The wooden table was just a little higher for the red panda. Therefore, the guy stood up and raised his two front paws, jumping to grab the apple on the edge of the table. At this time, Pei Jia shouted in the tone of a palace eunuch on TV, "Xiao Fu Zi," the red panda, who was jumping around the table, turned its head, but its movements were unstable. Because of this distraction, it leaned back and sat on the ground, flipping over. Pei Jia retracted his gaze and said to Pei Liang, "Hey, it's charmingly naive." Pei Liang didn't speak. Seeing that Pei Liang was about to get angry, Pei Jia quickly changed the topic. "Hey, Dad, even if Chi Dada was there, he might not have done better than black charcoal. That cat is really awesome. Why don't we raise one at home? Especially the pure black ones." Pei Liang snorted. "Do you think that every black cat is black charcoal? That's true. Just like there's only one Chi Dada, there's only one black charcoal. One is enough." Pei Liang said in his heart, "One cat can handle such a thing. If there's another one, won't the sky be turned upside down?" Gradually, the day of return gradually came. The originally scheduled return time had actually passed. Because of this incident, they stayed here for another week. After settling everything here, everyone planned to return. Mao and the others didn't tell the old man about the facts in the forest this time, but who was the old man? When Mao and the others raised their tails, the old man knew what they were going to do. Even if they hid it well, the old man still knew that there was an inside story. But it didn't matter. Now that the boys had started their own families and careers, they knew right and wrong. He believed that these few disciples wouldn't ask too much. They just needed to help behind the scenes. However, the old man would never think that all of this was because of a black cat. The matter of using animals to transport illegal materials would continue to be investigated for a while. This time, it was estimated that some people would be removed from the top, but that was no longer Zheng Tan's business. The problematic zoo was closed down, and the animals inside were sent to several other zoos with more standardized management. It was also because of this incident that the higher-ups issued new policies again, putting forward higher requirements for zoos and stricter monitoring of management. When the 3 cars left the courtyard, Zheng Tan looked out of the rear window. The morning sun had already come out and shone on the land. Red Panda, who had just finished breakfast, was sitting on a big rock near the courtyard and rubbing its face. At the courtyard gate, the old man, Uncle Lin, and Big Mountain stood there, watching the 3 cars drive away. The morning sun shone on them, and their silhouettes were gilded. When Zheng Tan returned to Chuhua City, it was already December. During this period of time, the temperature in Chuhua City had plummeted. When Zheng Tan left, there were still people wearing short sleeves, but now they were wearing thick jackets. Every time he came back from a long trip, Zheng Tan felt very calm and at ease. It was as if his impetuousness had settled down. Knowing that Zheng Tan was coming back today, the Jiao Pa specially came back from the Institute of Biological Sciences. He first looked at Zheng Tan. He didn't lose weight and looked very energetic. It seemed that he had a good time outside. Mao didn't tell the Jiao family about the incident. He only asked a few more questions when he handed over Zheng Tan's treasure chest. Seeing that the Jiao Pa didn't seem to know the inside story, Mao couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Jiao, aren't you curious about what's in the box?" The Jiao Pa was carrying the box and bag upstairs. When he heard Mao's question, he said, "I'm curious, but I respect their privacy." In the family, whether it was Jiao Yuan, Little Pomelo, or Zheng Tan, Jiao Pa wouldn't force him to see the things that they kept. Mao secretly curled its lips. Even a cat had the right to privacy. However, after hearing that the box was related to the third Master Fang's family, Mao began to ponder. Should he get a similar set of equipment for his daughter? In the future, if he met any stupid brats, he would shoot them. When Zheng Tan returned home, he felt that it was still the same as when he left last month. The smell that belonged to Jiao Yuan was very faint, and the smell that belonged to Little Pomelo was also very faint. Today was Thursday, and the weekend was coming. Little Pomelo would be back soon, and so would Jiao Yuan. After packing up his things and exchanging Zheng Tan's cat tag, the Jiao Pa still had to go to the Institute of Biological Sciences. Before he left, he said to Zheng Tan, "I'm going to the institute. Mao said that you ate this morning, and it's not lunchtime yet. If you're hungry, find something to eat first. The things are still in the same place." After the Jiao Pa left, Zheng Tan lay on the sofa and stretched. Although he was tired from the long journey, he still didn't feel sleepy. He walked to the balcony and looked at the balcony next door. Chu Xiangyang had moved away a long time ago and bought a big house outside. He was now a father, but he was still a homebody. On the balcony next door, there were no more StarCraft, Spider-Man, Star Wars, SpongeBob SquarePants t-shirts. Instead, there were some female students' clothes. The house next door was rented to 3 graduate students of Chu Xiangyang's parents. They were all female students. Chu Xiangyang had helped to clean up the house and killed 6 cockroaches and other insects. Chu Xiangyang's parents rented the house to the female students because they saw how Chu Xiangyang had messed up the house. At least the female students would be more fastidious and wouldn't turn a good house into a dog kennel. Zheng Tan had seen the 3 female students before. They looked okay. In fact, he was used to seeing them and felt that they were not bad. They had good temperament and good character. Sometimes, they would invite Zheng Tan over to play and share some food with him. They were all good people. In fact, the 3 female students liked General the most. It was a pity that General had been taken to the south for the winter. Otherwise, they would often hear General singing love songs downstairs. Everyone in the building made fun of Professor Tan, making him feel awkward a few times. Professor Tan felt wronged. Those love songs, especially those very explicit ones, were mostly not taught by him. After basking in the sun on the balcony for a while, Jing Tan still didn't feel sleepy. He decided to go downstairs for a walk. De Pang wasn't at home. Old Madam had taken him to visit relatives. Huang was playing with Little Blossom and Niu Zhuangzhuang on the grass. The sheriff, there was no sign of him. Jing Tan walked around and came to Old Man Land's small flower garden. In front of Jing Tan, a student on a small 3-wheeled motorcycle knocked on the door. Then, 3 types of dog barks came from inside. Jing Tan walked over and poked her head inside. Chapter 4:14. Sheriff had been with these 2 dogs for a long time. Even his barks were closer to those of 2 puppies. It was no wonder that Jing Tan didn't recognize it just now. After not seeing each other for more than a month, the 2 little mutt puppies had grown a lot. Xian Li's fur had turned a lot yellow, while Shun Feng's markings had become more distinct. Sheriff was still the same as before. Shun Zi, come back. Inside the flower shed, Old Man Lon called out. Old Man Lon still called the tabby puppy Shun Zi, but to the students who often came to the small flower garden, they preferred to call it Shun Feng. The students always preferred the more interesting option. Moreover, when they called it Shun Feng, Old Man Lon didn't get angry and just let them call it. With Qianli around, anyone would think of the name Shun Feng. Every time the students called it Shun Feng, they would laugh as they did so, with a sense of teasing. However, Shun Feng didn't pay attention to anyone other than Old Man Lon. A month ago, Old Man Lon had bought 2 puppies. He liked the little yellow dog Qianli more, but soon, Old Man Lon realized that Shun Zi was more alert when it came to watching the house. Qianli almost always followed Shun Zi's lead. When Shun Zi barked, it would bark too. However, every time someone came, Qianli would rush to the front even though it would bark later. Shun Zi didn't look very lively, but it was the most alert. Qianli ran at the front, belonging to the type that used brute force. As for Sheriff, it was just there to join in the fun. The more Old Man Lon looked at the 2 puppies, the more he liked them. As for the extra, cat, forget it. He would just treat it as raising 2.5 dogs. Sheriff's owner raised such a cat. It was really worth it. One could do 2. It could catch mice like a cat, and even act as a dog to watch the house. After the door to the small flower garden opened, the student pushed the cart in. When Shun Zi saw the person, it wagged its tail and crawled back. It knew this person, and with Old Man Lon here, there was nothing for it to do. Qianli barked a few times, but when it saw that it was the only one barking, it felt bored. However, it didn't crawl back and followed Old Man Lon and the student back and forth. Yo, Black Charcoal is back. When Old Man Lon saw Jing Tan, the smile on his face deepened as he invited Jing Tan in. Jing Tan also planned to go in to see the changes inside. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him from behind. He turned his head and saw Xiong Xiong waving at him on his bicycle at the turn of the road in front of the small flower garden. Jing Tan's first reaction when he saw Xiong Xiong was that he had skipped class again. Why did he say, again? This was because Jing Tan had met Xiong Xiong, who had skipped class several times when he was strolling around the school. Old Man Lon heard it too. He walked out of the door and saw that it was Xiong Xiong. He waved at Jing Tan and said, Go on, go on. Since you're back, come back when you're free. Jing Tan walked over. He didn't know what Xiong Xiong wanted. Ever since Xiong Xiong was the only one in the east courtyard, Xiong Xiong wasn't used to it at first. However, after 3 months, he got used to it. After all, he was still in a familiar territory. It was just that he felt a little lonely without his friends by his side. Xiong Xiong pushed the bicycle and asked Jing Tan to follow while talking to Jing Tan. They grew up together and had a good relationship with Zhao Yuan. They knew a little about Jingtan. Therefore, when they talked to Jingtan, they didn't talk to him like how they would talk to other cats or dogs. Instead, they talked to him more like how they would talk to a human. It turned out that Xiong had taken a fancy to a first-year girl from Beijing Normal University. He met her when he went to Beijing Normal University with Fu Lei in September. Now, Xiong was in the process of pursuing her. He would send flowers to Beijing Normal University at this time every day. The flower shop that Xiong ordered flowers was on the street between Tsinghua University and Beijing Normal University. It was said that the flowers in that shop were the best. It was also quite famous in the area. Many students from Beijing Normal University and Tsinghua University went there to order flowers. However, Xiong heard from his roommate that he had to send flowers personally. This was the only way to show his sincerity to the girl. Therefore, Xiong would go to the flower shop every day to get flowers and deliver them to Beijing Normal University. Tsinghua University was not too far from Beijing Normal University. Zheng Tan had followed an old man there before. He felt that it was too far for him to walk. However, it was different if he rode a bicycle. He could reach the university in no time. However, there was a section of road that was under construction. If he rode a bicycle, he would be covered in dirt. To protect his image, Xiong would ride to the flower shop to get flowers and then take a taxi to Beijing Normal University. Xiong was troubled by the fact that the security around the flower shop was not very good. There were often thieves and car thieves. Last week, he asked a newsstand owner to look after his car. But when he came back, his car was gone. It was not reliable. Xiong pushed the bicycle and complained to Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan sighed. The little brat who sent flowers to his mother during the Valentine's Day now knew how to be romantic. But Xiong's pursuit seemed to be more difficult. Until now, he still had not found a girlfriend. Xiong was the worst out of the four of them in the courtyard. When Xiong went to Beijing Normal University to woo girls, people would give him a thumbs up when they heard that he was from Tsinghua University. But it was a pity that Xiong had only met the girl for the second time, and he had already admitted that he was a genius. But in this era, those who could use connections to get in through the back door were considered to have a golden finger. Others could not even get a golden finger even if they wanted to. No matter what the girl thought of Xiong, at least she did not reject him directly. This meant that Xiong still had hope. Xiong did not dare to tell his mother about this. He decided to wait until he successfully wooed the girl before reporting to the Empress Dowager and requesting for more supplies. Most of the parents in China were very interesting. Before entering university, they would tell their children not to fall in love early and not to do this and that with the opposite sex. Whenever they see someone of the opposite sex who had a good relationship with their children, they would try to find out more. They wanted to nip this in the bud. But once the college entrance exams were over and their children went to university, they would start to talk about if there was someone of the opposite sex they had a good relationship with. When would they bring her home to meet? And so on and so forth. Why did so many children want to graduate from high school as soon as possible? Because after graduation, he would be able to pick up girls under orders, and he would be able to do so openly. Also, they would have a strong supply of supplies. Xiong's mother knew that Xiong did not keep track of how much money he spent, so she kept a tight lid on Xiong's money. Now, in order to woo girls, Xiong spent most of his money on taxis and flowers in addition to his daily expenses. Now that he had just bought a new bicycle, none of his classmates would skip class to help him look after the bicycle. Originally, Xiong planned to spend money to hire someone near the flower shop to look after the bicycle. After all, with money as the foundation, the other party would not slack off. But when he turned around and dug into his pocket, Xiong realized that he was short on funds. Today, he happened to see Zheng Tan. Therefore, Xiong's brain, which was usually not very fast, suddenly worked and came up with a brilliant idea: let the cat look after the bicycle. It would only take more than an hour to go back and forth. It would be just in time for dinner and would not delay Jing Tan's meal. Jing Tan did not have a problem. Anyway, he had nothing to do. It was rare to see Xiong like this, so he decided to help him. My mom said that I lack gold in my 5 elements, so I spend the money I get in 2 days. But I don't think so. Xiong said. Jing Tan thought, how is it that you lack gold in your 5 elements? It's clearly that you lack a nerve. I feel that I lack color in my 5 elements. I'm obviously handsome and extraordinary. Why is it so difficult for girls to fall for me? Jing Tan. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this person was not handsome at all. As for extraordinary, Xiong was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 180 kilograms. Oh, this was last year's weight. Because the 3rd year of high school consumed too much energy, his weight decreased slightly. After the 3rd year of high school, this guy's weight directly broke through 190 kilograms and went straight to 200 kilograms. This person was not the muscular type. Walking out of the school gate, Xiong passed by a dumpling shop and saw the boss rolling out dumpling skins. Xiong pretended to be mature and sighed. Sigh, my rolling pin is gone forever. Speaking of the rolling pin, this was a legendary incident in the East Courtyard. In the past, there was an old lady in the East Courtyard. Once, the old lady planned to make dumplings at home and did not have a rolling pin, so she went out to buy one. When she returned, she encountered a thief. After the old lady discovered it, she used the rolling pin in her bag to hit the thief. The old lady, who was in her 70s, was actually quite good at hitting people. One of the thief's front teeth was knocked out. Later, the thief was caught by the crowd and sent to the police station. However, this incident was spread by some people in the neighborhood. The more it spread, the more mysterious it became. The old lady used the rolling pin to hit the thief. It was as if Sun Wukong used the golden cudgel to kill demons. The adults only exaggerated the story and told it as a joke, but the children took it seriously. They regarded the rolling pin as a divine weapon. Whoever had a rolling pin in their bag would brag more loudly than others. However, Xiong's group of children grew up and knew more things. They also knew how to make full use of exaggeration. When they grew up, they also knew that many things were not as they thought. However, many people would continue to say and do such things to reminisce about their lost childhood. Who didn't do a few funny things when they were young? Therefore, even though Xiong did not use the rolling pin as a weapon, he kept it. In the end, one day, his mother found it and threw it away. His mother said, "What are you trying to do by hiding a rolling pin? Can you help us roll out the dough?" The flower shop was a bit far from the school gate. It was about 10 minutes by car. Xiong asked Jing Tan to squat in the car basket. Jing Tan did not do it. Recently, he had been sitting in the car for too long. It was good to run. Xiong slowed down the car and led Jing Tan to the flower shop. After arriving at the flower shop, Xiong parked the car in front of a communication business hall. There were some cars parked there. Okay, just leave it here. There are not many people here. Xiong locked the car and said. Jing Tan looked around. There were many people going in and out of the shops here. Indeed, there were fewer people here. There was no special parking lot nearby. There was no one to look after the cars. No wonder Xiong was in a difficult position. After Xiong went into the flower shop to get the flowers he ordered, he looked at the time and quickly ran to stop a taxi. Jing Tan squatted on the bicycle seat and watched Xiong's rental car leave. He thought to himself, "Go ahead, Xiong, I can only help you to this point." There was a bus stop not far from where the car was parked. There were some people waiting for the bus. A young man was eating bread and standing there with a bag on his back. He looked around aimlessly. When his eyes swept over Jing Tan, the young man paused. He looked at the road and made sure that there was no car coming. Then, he walked towards Jing Tan. After walking in front of Jing Tan, the man took 2 bites of the bacon bread. He raised his hand and pulled out the bacon on the bread and handed it to Jing Tan. Jing Tan looked at the bacon in front of his nose and ignored it. "You're not eating?" Seeing that Jing Tan was not eating, the man threw the bacon in his hand into his mouth and tore off some bread and handed it over. Chapter 4:15. Jing Tan continued to ignore the bread in front of him. Seeing that Jing Tan really wasn't eating anything, the man in front of him stuffed the torn bread into his mouth. He quickly glanced at the bus stop to see if the bus he was waiting for was coming. Seeing that there wasn't, he continued to stand there. After finishing all the bread in his hand, he reached out to touch Jing Tan's cat head, but Jing Tan dodged him. Jing Tan was impatient. This person really didn't have any eyesight. If he was waiting for the bus, he should have just waited for the bus. Why did he come here? Was he trying to provoke him? There were many people like this who wanted to touch cats when they saw them. They didn't know that many cats actually didn't want to be disturbed. Of course, some wanted to play with people, but Jing Tan was definitely not one of them. If it weren't for the fact that he had to watch Xiong's car, Jing Tan would have run away long ago. Jing Tan really wanted to punch him, but it didn't seem good to do so in public. Unfortunately, Jing Tan's resentment was obviously not understood by the man. He reached out to try again, but Jing Tan couldn't help but slap his hand away a few times. It wasn't until the bus he was waiting for arrived that the man withdrew his hand and hurriedly squeezed into the bus. Seeing that the man finally left, Jing Tan breathed a sigh of relief. People like the man just now were more fond of cats. Usually, when they saw stray cats or domestic cats wandering outside, they would approach them. Other cats were lucky to meet such people, but Jing Tan didn't want to meet such people because they were very clingy and difficult to chase away. Even if they were scratched, they wouldn't be angry. Jing Tan couldn't resist this kind of enthusiasm. Jing Tan once saw a beautiful girl play with a cat that was squatting by a flower bed. As a result, she was scratched by the cat while playing with the cat. A few bloody marks appeared on the back of her white and tender hand, but the girl wasn't angry. She didn't complain or kick the cat. Just as she was thinking about it, Jing Tan noticed another person approaching. This time, it was two young women who were walking together. They were probably students from a nearby university. These two were even more enthusiastic than the backpack man. However, Jing Tan saw that the two of them were quite good-looking, so she let them touch her twice. But it was only twice. In order to watch Xiong's car, Jing Tan sacrificed his body. Xiong was complaining about the lack of color. Jing Tan, while complaining that there were too many people coming over to harass him, he was quite proud of himself. "Look, when I was squatting here, the girls came of their own accord." More than an hour later, Xiong ran back, drenched in sweat. Originally, he had planned to take a taxi, but money was tight recently, so Xiong ran back directly. He thought of it as losing weight. Along the way, he passed through a section of the road that was under construction. There was a lot of dust on his body, and some dust could be seen on his hair. Coupled with the sweat on his forehead, he looked a little embarrassed. But now that he had delivered the flowers, no matter how embarrassed he couldn't see his sweetheart anymore. So, Xiong felt at ease. When Xiong came over, it was already the fourth group of female students in front of Jing Tan. However, when the female students in front of Jing Tan saw Xiong approaching, they ignored Jing Tan and pulled the people around them away quickly. This made Xiong very depressed. Xiong bought a 1 yuan bottle of purified water and drank a few mouthfuls. He sat in the back seat and complained to Jing Tan, "Black charcoal, why do you think those girls are hiding when they see me?" Jing Tan glanced at Xiong, whose face was covered in dust, his hair was messy, and his body was still quite oppressive. He jumped out of the car and planned to leave. It was time for dinner, so it was time to go back. After returning home, Jiao Ma cooked a good meal to celebrate Jing Tan's return. As for being lifted up and hugged, she was used to it and didn't feel awkward. Jiao Ma also said that before Jing Tan left the house, it was a lot quieter. She was the only one watching TV. There were a few times when she was excited and wanted to turn her head and talk to the people beside her, but she realized that there was no one sitting next to her. There was also no cat lying there. At that time, Jiao Ma was very sad. She counted the days every day, counting how many days until little Pomelo came back, how many days until Zheng Tan came back, and how many days until Jiao Yuan came back. Now, even if only Zheng Tan came back, Jiao Ma was very happy. When she watched TV, she laughed even louder. Every time she watched TV, she would share her laughs with Zheng Tan. Even if Zheng Tan couldn't respond, Jiao Ma would still talk about it with great interest. If Zheng Tan showed a wooden face, Zheng Tan's forehead would be poked by the Jiao Ma. Watching TV with a parent was not an easy thing to do. Poking one's forehead was something that one had to get used to. The next day, Xiong skipped class to look for Zheng Tan again. Zheng Tan went over to look for his car again. At the same time, at the same bus stop, Zheng Tan saw the young man with the backpack again. The young man was eating a bun as he looked around. When his eyes landed on Zheng Tan, they lit up. He smiled kindly and ran over. Zheng Tan, just like yesterday, the young man grabbed some meat buns and handed them to Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan ignored him as usual. Fortunately, the young man's car came quickly today. He stayed in front of Zheng Tan for less than 2 minutes before he went to take the bus. Watching the bus leave, Zheng Tan turned around and saw that there were people gathering around him after seeing him. For the next few days, Zheng Tan would see the young man with the backpack here every day. Sometimes, Zheng Tan was lucky and the young man's car came quickly. Sometimes, he was unlucky and no car came for half an hour or even longer. This young man liked to provoke others. At first, Zheng Tan didn't want to use his claws to draw blood. Later, he realized that the young man's movements were quite fast. He attacked and stopped quickly. Zheng Tan couldn't scratch him even if he wanted to. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, Zheng Tan would have kicked him or picked up a bicycle next to him and smashed him. However, since they were on the streets, he could just hide if he couldn't provoke him. Zheng Tan began to hide, but he wouldn't go too far. He wouldn't let Xiong's car out of his sight. After a week, the people in the nearby shops all knew that at this time every day, there would be a strong man riding a bicycle with a black cat. Then, this strong man would take a taxi and leave. After he left, there would be a black cat sitting on the seat of his bicycle. No one could chase it away even if they wanted to. People who frequented this place, especially some female students, would take photos and post them on the internet. At the same time, they would also post a series of stories that they imagined. In this day and age, mobile phones were changing too quickly. The functions were getting more and more powerful, and the online communication platforms were getting more and more colorful. Many young people liked to take photos of interesting things they saw with their mobile phones and share them on the internet. Fortunately, those people only took photos of Zheng Tan and the bicycle. They didn't take photos of Xiong. Therefore, even if some people who knew Zheng Tan saw it, they would just laugh and say, "Look, this cat really looks like black charcoal." They wouldn't directly link it to Zheng Tan. After all, there weren't many people who could recognize Zheng Tan at a glance. Zheng Tan didn't wear a cat tag when he came out. Otherwise, he would definitely be recognized. On this day, Zheng Tan came to help Xiong look after his car again. Although Zheng Tan encountered a lot of troubles with this job, seeing that Xiong's progress in chasing his girlfriend was significant, he continued to persevere. Zheng Tan watched the child grow up. If he could help, he would. Besides, this was all he could help. Seeing the young man with a backpack coming from the other side of the platform, Zheng Tan's good mood dissipated again. He was helpless. Every day, he would meet this person at this time. Zheng Tan was about to jump from the seat to avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, a big tabby cat raised in a small restaurant nearby came over. The person with the backpack focused on the big tabby cat that was coming over. The big tabby cat was originally curious about Zheng Tan, but now that someone was playing with it and even scratching it, it no longer paid attention to Zheng Tan. This big tabby cat was raised very well. The owner of the restaurant obviously put a lot of effort into its food. In addition to the food, the owner of the restaurant also paid a lot of attention to this big tabby cat. The cat's fur was very clean. Obviously, the owner of the restaurant often cleaned it. A clean pet was more approachable. Probably used to being touched in the restaurant, this cat was not afraid of strangers. After being tickled a few times, it even rolled on the ground, showing its belly for people to touch. Only some domesticated cats could be so familiar with people, and a small number of domesticated cats would be like this cat. They would show their round belly in front of strangers and let people touch them. They would let people scratch them, but they would not scratch people. When they hugged people, they would not open their paws. Someone jokingly asked the owner of the restaurant, "Isn't the cat in your restaurant too good? Does it catch mice?" The owner was not angry at other people's doubts. Instead, he was proud. Yes, why not? A few days ago, it caught all the mice in the storage room upstairs. I don't know whose mice came from, but they all hid in there and gave birth. But in the end, they all went into my cat's stomach. Many people who went to the restaurant would play with this cat, and this cat also helped the restaurant attract a lot of people. There were many small restaurants around, and the owner of the restaurant knew why some people always chose his restaurant. Because of this, he cleaned his cat and let it out to receive customers. Although it was also a common cat, the big tabby cat was slightly chubby, could roll, and could act cute. It was more approachable and likable. Once it came, it took most of the pressure off Enchanting. However, things that were stressful for Enchanting were not necessarily so for this cat. A's arsenic, B's honey. Things that troubled Enchanting, this cat was happy to do. Later, every time it saw the young man with the backpack, the big tabby cat took the initiative to rub against him, because the young man with the backpack often shared his breakfast with the cat. One meat bun was quickly shared by the man and the cat, and then the second one was shared. Enchanting squatted on the car seat and watched. There were people around who sympathized with Enchanting, saying that the big tabby cat came over and stole all of his attention. Without comparison, the children and young people around obviously liked to play with the big tabby cat more. But Enchanting did not feel that there was anything to sympathize with or pity about. He thought that the big tabby cat appeared too late. The bus arrived. After sharing the meat bun, the people who had shared it waved to the two cats, said bye-bye, and rushed to squeeze into the bus. The big tabby cat lifted its mouth and licked its paws. It looked up at Enchanting, who was squatting on the car seat. It estimated the height of the back seat, gathered its strength, and jumped. Probably because it ate too much and made some mistakes, it jumped a little too low. The big tabby cat's front paws hooked onto the back seat of Xiong's bicycle. It wanted to take another step and climb up, but found that the bicycle began to tilt. Quang! The bicycle fell. Chapter 4:16. When Xiong came back, he looked at the chipped paint on his newly bought bicycle. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He touched the chipped paint, but there was nothing he could do. Could he blame that big tabby cat? However, chipping off a few pieces of paint was better than having his bicycle stolen. Thinking of this, Xiong suddenly felt better. Xiong's pursuit was progressing well. He even asked her out for a movie on the weekend. Although it wasn't for just the two of them, it was still progress, right? Enchanting rarely could stay at home on the weekend. He didn't help Xiong look after his bicycle and had a good weekend. On this day, Enchanting took a walk in school. The weekend at home was good. After little Pomelo came back, the atmosphere at home was different. It was much livelier. However, after 2 days, little Pomelo had to leave again. Other people's workdays and study days, Enchanting was bored most of the time. He jogged along the main campus road. When he was walking back, Enchanting heard someone calling him. He turned his head and saw that it was little Jiu. He hadn't seen little Jiu for a long time. Ever since she entered high school like little Pomelo, Enchanting hadn't seen her twice. When he went to the bridge, he didn't see her. Moreover, little Jiu didn't go to Tsinghua University-affiliated high school. She went to another high school. It was far from here. It took half an hour to get there by taxi. Jing Tan couldn't go there on weekdays. However, today wasn't a rest day. It should be class time. High school students didn't have classes like university students. It seemed that little Gio skipped class again. Little Gio waved at Jing Tan. Black charcoal, let's talk. Because she often came here in high school, little Gio wasn't unfamiliar with Tsinghua University's campus. She knew which places were crowded and which were empty. Jing Tan followed Little Nine to a secluded place. Little Nine sat on the edge of a circular flower bed. Jing Tan also jumped up and squatted by the side, waiting for Little Nine to speak. Generally, if there wasn't anything important, Little Nine wouldn't specially come over, so Jing Tan wanted to know why Little Nine was here today. Sure enough, Little Nine looked around and after confirming that there was no one around, she said, "Black charcoal, I'm leaving." Jing Tan? Little Gio's study arrangements were indeed different from others. She had a strong sense of purpose and knew what she wanted to do in the future. She knew what skills she had to learn. Some of the things taught in school were actually not very helpful to her, but it was impossible for her to drop out of school. She still had to learn, but she had a professional to teach her. And this time, little Gio was going to follow her teacher to other places to learn and broaden her horizons. She didn't like to waste time. Her early experiences had a great impact on her. Now, the intense studying in school was very stressful for her. She wasn't a top student and started school late, so it was difficult for her to accept some of the more profound knowledge. Of course, this was also because she wasn't interested in those things. Only with interest would there be motivation. Master Kun also didn't force her to understand the textbook knowledge that she wasn't interested in. Therefore, according to little Gio's interests, he arranged for people to bring little Gio to other provinces to learn and broaden her horizons. Although there were no classes, there were people who would teach her. Master Kun didn't raise useless people. You could have no qualifications, but you couldn't be incompetent. For little Gio and the others, in a few years, when people of the same age stepped into society with their freshness and immaturity, she would be able to hold up a small piece of the sky by herself. That was definitely a different world from little Pomelo's, and it was also her own choice. Jing Tan couldn't refute anything, nor would he influence little Gio's thoughts. I'm in my first year of high school now. My personal teacher said that I'll be out of town for 2 years. When I'm in my third year of high school, I'll have to take the college entrance exam in another province. I'll take the college entrance exam back here. Little Gio continued. It wasn't the first time Jing Tan heard of taking advantage of the college entrance exam. He had seen it many times. Because this province had a large number of students, the college entrance exams cutoff and competition were higher than most provinces in the country. Therefore, for those who were in the middle or lower class, their families would arrange for them to take the college entrance exam in provinces that weren't very competitive. This way, they would have a higher chance of getting into a better university. Obviously, Master Kun had spent a lot of effort on little Gio. However, little Gio left for more than 2 years. In these 2 years, Jing Tan couldn't see little Gio. Little Gio came over today to have a good chat with Jing Tan. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to see each other after she left. Later, she planned to go to Tsinghua affiliated high school to see little Pomelo. She even bought candies for her. Xiao Jiu had always remembered the time when little Pomelo had sent her candies. Although she wasn't in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, she still knew some people there. She could get them to take care of little Pomelo so that she wouldn't forget about it just because she left. Jing Tan listened to little Gio's words and thought, is this the change from a little girl to a big sister? After talking about her own matters for a while, recalling the past and looking forward to the future, little Gio looked around again. After making sure that no one was coming, she whispered to Jing Tan in a gossipy manner, Black charcoal, do you know the 13 guardians under Master Kun? 13 guardians? This word was indeed familiar. Jing Tan thought about it. He once saw a calligraphy piece in Master Kun's study room. The words, 13 guardians, were written on it, and it was written very majestically. Zheng Tan remembered that he was wondering why the blind old man didn't write more domineering words or write more pretentious words like endure or kill. Other than that, when Zheng Tan was hanging out with Yi Hao and the others, he heard them talk about this word. Yi Hao and the others seemed to be very afraid. They also mentioned that one of the reasons why many people were afraid of Master Kun was because of the 13 guardians under him. Little Jiao lowered her voice and said, I heard that the 13 guardians were organized by Grandpa Kun when he was young. 13 people, 13 assassins, to help Master Kun get rid of the people on his blacklist. However, I don't hear much about it now. The people inside seem to have changed a few times. I also heard this from my teacher. It's a pity that I haven't seen any of the 13 people. Oh right, little Jiao thought of something and said to Zheng Tan, I heard that there's a person codenamed Black Cat among the 13 people. Black Charcoal, do you think that person looks very similar to Black Cat? I really want to meet him. Zheng Tan thought to himself, he definitely didn't want to meet people like assassins. Once he heard about this profession, he knew that they weren't good people. They were cold and heartless. If he knew who an assassin was, he would definitely avoid them. Little Jiao, this girl, was getting bolder and bolder. After chatting, little Jiao looked at the time. It was time to rush to affiliated high school. If she went there now, she would be able to make it in time for lunch. After sending little Jiao onto the bus, Zheng Tan came back. After taking a few steps, he bumped into Xiong Xiong, who was riding a bicycle. This child seemed to be very happy today. Black Charcoal, help me again today. Maybe after today, we'll succeed. Zheng Tan stopped and looked at Xiong Xiong. This guy's smile was really silly. If the girl really accepted Xiong Xiong, would this guy's smile be even more silly? No matter what, since it was a crucial time, Zheng Tan definitely had to help. Xiong Xiong said that he would come at 4 in the afternoon. Plus the 1 hour he had spent, he should be able to make it in time for dinner. After saying the time, at 3 in the afternoon, Zheng Tan saw Xiong Xiong dressed up. His hair was trimmed into a punk hairstyle. It was obvious that he had gone to the shampoo in the afternoon. When Zheng Tan was watching TV with Jiao Ma yesterday, there was a celebrity on TV who had this hairstyle and was severely criticized by Jiao Ma. Zheng Tan was very embarrassed because he used to like this hairstyle. He didn't expect to see Xiong Xiong with this hairstyle this afternoon. He didn't know what Jiao Ma would think when she saw it. She would probably think that there was a serious generation gap. Xiong Xiong had a smile on his face, but at the same time he was a little nervous. This guy would occasionally rub his palms on his pants to wipe off his sweat. It was winter, when most people were wearing thick cotton jackets. This guy was actually so nervous that he was sweating. Zheng Tan despised him in his heart. It was just a date and a confession, did he have to be so nervous? At the same flower shop, Xiong Xiong picked up the flowers he had ordered and left in a car. Zheng Tan squatted on the car seat and helped to look after the car. Afraid that Zheng Tan would feel cold, Xiong Xiong put a down vest in the basket. If Zheng Tan was cold, he could squat in the basket. With Zheng Tan around, Xiong Xiong wasn't afraid that the vest would be stolen. Of course, even if the vest was stolen, Xiong Xiong still thought that it was worth it as long as he could confess again today. Because today's time was different from the previous days, Zheng Tan didn't see the young man with a bag waiting for the bus when he was here. Coincidentally, he didn't see the big tabby cat either, so he didn't have to worry about it. Zheng Tan squatted on the car seat and watched the pedestrians and cars on the road. Time gradually passed, and the sky got dark early in the winter. At 5:30 p.m., it was already dark. At 6 o'clock p.m., it was completely dark, but Xiong Xiong still didn't appear. When the night wind blew, Zheng Tan shivered, but he didn't want to jump into the basket. He continued to squat on the car seat and cursed Xiong Xiong in his heart. You said 1 hour, damn, it's been almost 2 hours. I'm freezing now, and I'll be scolded if I go back late. When Xiong Xiong comes back, I'll definitely extort a lot of money from him. Zheng Tan yawned and looked at the road in the distance. Every time a taxi drove by, Zheng Tan stared at it without blinking, hoping that the taxi would stop by the side and Xiong Xiong would appear. Unfortunately, he was disappointed every time. In the distance, because a section of the road was under renovation, it wasn't smooth, and the lights of the passing cars were a bit bumpy. The flying dust wasn't as obvious in the night as it was in the day, but it made the lights of the cars seem to be covered in a layer of fog that couldn't be dispersed by the wind. After sneezing, Jingtan jumped out of the car and moved a bit, looking around. Because there were too many people in the restaurant, the big tabby cat was probably annoyed by the teasing and decided to come out for some fresh air. When it reached the door, it paused, shrunk its body, shook its paws, and looked around, as if it was hesitating whether to come out for the cold or not. In the end, it still stepped out, one ear on the road, while the other ear turned towards the small alley next to the restaurant. Suddenly, it seemed to have found something. A mouse came out of the square manhole cover at the side of the alley. The big tabby cat was suddenly excited, and its lazy attitude was swept away. Its muscles seemed to have tightened, and when the mouse didn't notice, it quickly moved to a more hidden corner, crouched down, and was ready to attack. Someone probably spilled food at the side of the alley, and the mouse sniffed there, looking around vigilantly. No one came, and it didn't find the big tabby cat hiding in the corner. Feeling that it was safe for the time being, it hugged a piece of food and began to eat. The big tabby cat tiptoed closer to its prey, and before the mouse could react, the big tabby cat shot at it. Although many cats were fat, sometimes they had flexibility that didn't match their body size. Meow star shadowless claw. After a series of slaps, the big tabby cat trapped the mouse, and then bit it. The mouse's pitiful cries sounded in the alley, but soon, the cries stopped. A girl had just walked out of the restaurant with packed food, and when she entered the alley, she saw the big tabby cat, so she wanted to go over and play with it as usual. But when she approached, the big tabby cat suddenly raised its head and looked at the girl. There was still blood at the corner of its mouth, and it was biting on a somewhat incomplete mouse, and its eyes were still cold and murderous. This successfully stopped the girl in her tracks. The winter night wind blew, and the loosened scarf couldn't block the cold wind. The girl shrunk her neck, tightened the scarf, and quickly left. Probably, she didn't expect that the big tabby cat that she always saw, who was always lazy and had a good temper, would have such a look. At the same time, on a nearby street, passers-by were hurrying to and fro on the sidewalk. A middle-aged man wearing a high-end leather jacket with his hair combed sleekly was walking among them, holding a phone in his hand as he spoke coarsely. A young man passing by looked over curiously, and just happened to meet the middle-aged man's gaze. "Look at your grandpa." The middle-aged man suddenly kicked the young man to the ground, and then looked at the people around him. "What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll dig your eyeballs out." Seeing this, the people around didn't dare to say anything more. This person was obviously not to be trifled with. If they said anything more, this crazy person might kick them. Didn't they see that the young man was still clutching his stomach and lying on the ground, unable to get up? Ignoring the young man who was kicked to the ground, the middle-aged man continued to walk with the phone in his hand, and made a call as he cursed. A young man carrying a backpack brushed past the middle-aged man. He was similar to the other passers-by, and there was nothing special about him. After passing by the middle-aged man, the young man with the backpack seemed to feel cold. He blew on his hand, and then put it into his pocket. Then, there was a commotion not far behind him. The middle-aged man who kicked and cursed with the phone just now fell to the ground. The people around tried to call him, but he didn't respond. After a while, there was a woman's terrified scream, and the passers-by shouted to call the police. The young man with the backpack turned a corner and walked into an alley. When he reached the other end of the alley, he saw the big tabby cat licking its paws. Next to the big tabby cat was the remains of a mouse. Noticing that someone was approaching, the big tabby cat looked up alertly. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, the big tabby cat returned to its usual intimate state. It meowed a few times, and even took the initiative to rub against the young man's trousers. Cats could always switch between being cute and being a killer. The young man bent down and picked up the big tabby cat. Using the dim light on the side, he took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped the big tabby cat's mouth. He didn't mind that the cat was dirty, and carried the cat to the door of the restaurant. Just as he was about to go in, he saw Jingtan squatting in the car seat. He was stunned, obviously not expecting to meet him at this time. After the surprise, the young man smiled and waved at Jingtan. Then he walked into the restaurant, sat in the empty seat by the door, ordered some food, and played with the big tabby cat again. Black charcoal. Sorry, I'm late. Xiong came out of a taxi with a smile on his face. He was afraid that others didn't know that he had good news. Jingtan didn't move, and only looked at him quietly. Okay, you've worked hard. Let's go, I'll take you to Jiao Wei's restaurant for hot soup. I'll take care of whatever you want to eat. Xiong said generously. That's more like it. Jingtan jumped out of the car seat and was about to leave. As long as Xiong went with him to Jiao Wei's restaurant, it would explain why Jingtan was late for dinner. Jiao Wei's parents would also contact the Jiao family. This way, Jingtan wouldn't be scolded. Before leaving, Jingtan looked at the young man with the bag again. The young man just happened to look up, and raised his hand with a smile and said, "Bye-bye," to Jingtan. Jingtan turned back and shook his beard. He felt that the young man was a bit strange, but other than knowing that the young man was very attached to cats, he couldn't see anything else. Chapter 4:17. The next day, when Jingtan was shopping outside, he heard that someone suddenly died on a street. It was said that the person fell down directly when he was talking on the phone. He didn't get up again. When the ambulance arrived, he was already dead. Jingtan didn't feel much when he heard the news. He just felt that the street was quite close to the place where he stayed yesterday. Other than that, he didn't think much about it. He still lived his life as usual. Jingtan went to the lakeside villa for a walk. Feng Baijin had graduated, but he decided to start a business in Chuhua City and set up a game development studio. Father Jiao's 2 children were rarely at home now, so the 70-square-meter house didn't feel crowded at all. Instead, it felt empty, so he didn't want to move there. At least, he wouldn't move there for the next 3 years. Feng Baijin was quite used to living there, so the rental contract was renewed. However, Jingtan rarely went there now. Huzi rarely came here now. In addition, the weather was getting colder and colder. That guy almost only stayed at home and often occupied Feng Baijin's laptop keyboard. When Feng Baijin came out of the bathroom at work, he would see Huzi squatting on it. Later, Feng Baijin specially asked someone to make a keyboard-like heating pad to divert Huzi's attention. Unfortunately, within 2 days, Huzi continued to occupy the laptop keyboard and didn't care about the keyboard-like heating pad at all. Perhaps, it just wanted to find fault and find a sense of existence. It seemed that Huzi wasn't the only cat who liked to sleep on the keyboard. Jingtan saw many cats like this, such as Black Rice on the 3rd floor. Now, when Jingtan went down to the 3rd floor to visit, he often saw Black Rice occupying Mao's laptop keyboard. After wandering around for a while and having lunch at Feng Baijin's place, Jingtan slowly wandered back to the house. Recently, Chuhua University was very lively. Most of the things Jingtan heard while walking were talking about the concert on Christmas Eve. Some places on campus also put up publicity boards. There were large posters on the boards, "New Boy." Behind several band members, there was a huge black cat pattern in the background. That was New Boy's team emblem. New Boy, that is, Jin's band. Now that Jin and the others were getting more and more famous, they had long left their initial immaturity. Their popularity had been rising over the past few years, especially among many students. This year, Chuhua University was the last stop of Jin's campus tour. The time was set to be on the night of the 24th of this month. That day was the so-called Christmas Eve, but it was also Friday. The time was just right. If you want to get tickets, you can either buy albums or other related products as a gift, or participate in some activities as a reward. Of course, there are many tickets in the school. At the ticket counter at several fixed points in the school, students lined up in long lines. They were not afraid of being blown by the cold wind. They stood there either chatting with the people in front and behind them or playing with their phones. No matter how long the line was, they had to get a ticket. If they did not have a ticket, they could only find someone to buy a ticket on the school forum. However, that way, the price would be very high. Many students could not afford it. Compared to those high-priced tickets that could be resold, they would rather be blown by the cold wind and endure it. In addition to the tickets, there were some new boy accessories at the ticket counter. For example, the black cat team emblem was sold quite well. Anyway, it was not expensive. Most students would spend a few yuan to buy the team emblem after receiving the tickets. Even after the concert, it could be used as a good decoration. Of course, there were also people who did not care about this. When they saw the long line, they asked the people around them, "What's going on over there? Is it another famous person's lecture?" Sometimes, there would be some famous people in the school who would come to the school's lecture hall, such as some old actors, well-known hosts, successful entrepreneurs, influential professors at home and abroad, and so on. Every time there was such a situation, there would be a long line to get tickets. "You don't even know this?" "Of course it's new boy," the person next to him said disdainfully. "What's a new boy?" the person asked again. The person next to him had a helpless expression on his face as he explained to his classmate. "I heard that new boy's lead singer, Jean, once came to our school's guitar association's performance." "I know that. I heard from a classmate of the guitar association. He said that Jean performed on the same stage as their previous president. The opening double guitar performance was by the two of them. I still have the video. I've watched it several times. It's quite exciting." Someone joined the discussion. "When did this happen?" "It should have been a few years ago, right? No Boy's lead singer actually did such a thing?" "That's nothing. Back then, New Boy was not as famous as it is now, but Jin's ability was still very strong. Back then, he even played guitar with the previous president of the Guitar Association." "Wow. There's such a thing," a student said in surprise. "You're ignorant, aren't you? You don't pay attention to the Guitar Association, so you don't know how popular it is in our school. Now, if you want to join the association, you have to go through layers of screening. It's very strict. Otherwise, the association would definitely be full. The main reason for such a phenomenon is No Boy's band. Every year, the Guitar Association can get some tickets to No Boy's concerts. The seats are not bad." Every time he heard someone talk about Jin's band, Jing Tan would think of those few young people who were almost forced into a desperate situation. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached such heights. Shaking his head, Jing Tan continued walking. Even if he wanted to watch the concert, he did not need to get a ticket. He was not worried about the ticket at all. In any case, he would not squeeze into the venue. He could just stay on the tree next to the sports field. As he walked, Jing Tan went out of the school's side gate and headed toward Hengwu Plaza. He decided to go to Triumph's place to take an afternoon nap and grab some snacks to pass the time. Since the establishment of Hengwu Plaza, the flow of people and cars had increased. As he walked, Jing Tan could hear some people urgently honking their horns. It was once said that the more utilitarian people were, the more they liked to honk their horns to express their dissatisfaction when they encountered difficulties. The traffic in the city was always a test of people's patience and morality, and the sound of the horns became a reference to judge the personality of the city. No matter which city it was, there would always be such impatient people who would loudly honk their horns no matter what. For Jing Tan, who had excellent hearing, this kind of horn sound was simply devastating. Therefore, when he heard the rapid and irritating sound of the horn, Jing Tan hurriedly covered his ears and ran quickly until the horn sound stopped, or when he was far away from the source of the sound, only then did he slow down. Unlike Night Tower, Triumph's main customers were young people, and most of them were university students. No Boy's audience was also mostly university students. Recently, Triumph had been holding a promotion. If you spent a certain amount of money, you would get a free ticket to a campus concert as well as some trinkets, such as No Boy's team emblem, pendants, and so on. When Jingtan came over, he saw someone rushing in and saying to the person next to him, "I hope there are still tickets." Every time Jingtan came over, someone would definitely report to the higher-ups. After all, Jingtan, as a VIP customer, was really too special. Jingtan didn't pay attention to anything else. Because it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, he didn't bring his card and had someone swipe it to open the room. In any case, the person in charge here was already familiar with Jingtan, so there was no need to doubt the authenticity of the cat. Because of this, Jingtan didn't bring his card several times. It was too troublesome to bring a card alone, so sometimes he would wobble his way here. After Jingtan ate some small nuts in his private room, he jumped onto the sofa and planned to sleep. He didn't expect that someone would come in just as he was about to close his eyes. The person who came wasn't a waiter, but one of Yi Hao's subordinates, Leopard. Behind Leopard was a man wearing a baseball cap. When he came in, the other person's head was slightly lowered. After closing the door, he raised his head. Jingtan recognized this person. It was the hot topic of many people recently, Jin. Wasn't there still a few days before the concert? Black charcoal, long time no see. Jin took off his cap. It was too easy to be recognized in Triumph. He hadn't been so careful when he went to the night building yesterday. Sure enough, there were a lot of young people coming to Triumph. Jin's band arrived in Chuhua the day before yesterday. When they came here, they had to visit their former boss and go to the night building. Today, they came to Triumph. Because there were a lot of people here at night, it was easy to be recognized, so Jin disguised himself and came here in broad daylight. He didn't expect that when he was talking to Leopard, someone would report to Leopard that the black cat had come to take a nap again. Therefore, Jin hurried over to see the black cat that had appeared at the turning point of his life. Jin often thought, if he hadn't met the black cat outside the night building that year, what would have happened to him and his teammates? Now that the band was popular, many people had asked him why their band's emblem was a black cat. He had never betrayed Jingtan. This was Yi Hao's suggestion, and Jin had kept it a secret. Jin didn't stay with Jingtan for more than a few minutes before he received a call urging him to come over. There were still many things that he needed to deal with before the concert. After saying goodbye to Leopard and Jingtan, Jin left with his baseball cap. Before leaving, Jin gave Jingtan 4 tickets. He remembered that there were 4 people in Jingtan's family. Even if his family didn't go, he could give them to his friends. Jingtan didn't wear his vest today, so he couldn't bring the tickets back. He didn't want to hold them in his mouth, so it was Leopard who sent them to Chuhua University directly to Jiao Pa. Little Pomelo was going to attend a classmate's birthday party today and wouldn't come back until tomorrow. Jiao Yuan wasn't here either. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma weren't very interested in these things. They just stood in the distance and didn't want to squeeze in with the young people. Therefore, the tickets ended up in the hands of one of Jiao Pa's graduate students. Jiao Pa's graduate students almost knelt down. They didn't expect their boss to be able to get these tickets. At first glance, they knew that the tickets weren't the kind that could be obtained by the school. These tickets were comparable to VIP seats. Many students were jealous of the treatment that Professor Jiao's students received, and they kept complaining. However, when asked about the source of the tickets, Jiao Pa just smiled and didn't say anything. What else could he do? Say that it was because of his cat? Who would believe that? On the night of the 24th, warning lines were set up around Chuhua University's main sports field, and other cars took a detour. As night fell, the atmosphere around the main sports field was unusually lively. In the past, many people would go out on Christmas Eve, so there were very few people on campus. However, today wasn't the case. Chuhua University's main sports field seemed to have attracted all the people from the surrounding areas. The streets near the school gate, and even the Henggu Plaza, were much quieter. Many people who didn't manage to get tickets were wandering around the edges. Even if they couldn't get in, it was good to be able to listen in. There weren't any tall buildings around the main sports field. Even if there were, the doors would be sealed and no one would be allowed to enter. They were afraid that students would get into accidents on the rooftops. Whenever this happened, the relevant departments of the student union would be able to get in. They didn't need tickets. They could just show their identification and enter. It was easier to get things done when there were people in the government. Jing Tan stood on a tree at the edge of the sports field and looked at the area occupied by the students. The people at the back couldn't see the faces of the people on the stage clearly. Therefore, many students were holding binoculars in their hands. Before the concert started, Jin went on stage to tune. Before he started singing, the fans below the stage started shouting. The girls who were usually reserved were no longer reserved. They shouted at the top of their lungs and jumped up and down. Jing Tan was so scared that his beard trembled. With the opening of a fast-paced song that the students were familiar with, the atmosphere exploded again. The temperature on a winter night was lower, but the atmosphere was very lively. The temperature seemed to have risen by several degrees. The students used digital cameras, binoculars, light sticks, and other tools in their hands. They waved their light sticks non-stop. After the concert started, the fans waved their light sticks and color boards under the night sky. They waved them very professionally. Following the rhythm, the lights of various colors swayed together. It didn't look messy at all. Some people said that if you liked an idol, you must go to his concert. Because through a screen, you couldn't feel the heat radiating from the stage that made your blood boil. The life on the stage was so dazzling. For the fans below the stage, at this moment, in the small world of the fans, the people on the stage were their irreplaceable everything. Jin and the others also interacted with the students below the stage. Several people from the school's guitar association, including the current president, were lucky enough to go on stage. After playing a song together, during the break, the people from the Guitar Association shared some stories about Jin and the school's guitar association with everyone. This was also with Jin's permission. The students back then had already graduated. Now, many people didn't know that the famous Cat's Fantasy was actually composed in the old tile-roofed house of the school. This caused a burst of discussion below the stage. Some people screamed, and some people asked loudly. However, it was too far away for them to hear clearly. After a short break, Jin played the song, Cat's Fantasy. After hearing the story behind it and listening to Cat's Fantasy, the fans below the stage felt different from before. It seemed that every time they listened to Cat's Fantasy, there would be a different feeling. Jin was playing the guitar when someone below the stage suddenly shouted, "Look, there's a cat. Don't be noisy. It's a concert. Listen to the music. Don't be noisy. Pay attention to your manners." Someone scolded in a low voice. "No, there's a cat." Many people saw it. They opened their eyes wide and pointed to the stage with their chins open. Jing Tan, who was squatting on the tree, saw the situation on the stage and almost slipped down from the tree. "Damn!